What's going on, buddy boyos? We are live. Welcome to SNC, Sunday Night Cope, Weekend Chat, Random Discussion, episode 34 of Season 2. We are live and alive, buddy boyos. Welcome, everybody, back to the SNC. We are back and better than ever. How's everybody doing? We are live and alive. Yeah, shout out to the Cope gang for being in here, staying inside and being inactive. Shout out to the mystery gang for being in here, solving those mysteries. What's going on, my dudes? We are live and alive. I got the music in the background. This is some new stuff I found. It's about like an hour long. But either way, yeah, I found some new tunes to listen to. So yeah, got some new music. And this music comes from White Bet Audio. Pretty good stuff. You know, it's a pretty good mix he's got here for a synthwave music. So. Oh man, and here we go. Yeah, we are live for about 5 hours today, so another long day of streaming, dude. Broken and forgotten. Larry Cuckman, what's up, buddy boyo? Another Sunday night cope in my prime. Much better than living a lie. Aw, Finleos. Thank you, buddy boyo. VVS Void. Anyone here play grand strategy games? I saw some stuff on Steam on for sale, but I was thinking I should just wait a bit more time before gaming again consistently. Yeah, I got back into gaming when Base Pillington was posting about Final Fantasy 16 in my cope section of my Discord channel, and I started streaming a little bit more. So I've been enjoying the games I've been playing. Honestly, 16 is pretty good, and then what else is pretty good? Armored Core comes out in like August, I believe, so I'll have that to play as well. And then I have what other game did I buy? Oh yeah, Street Fighter 6 is pretty fun. You know, been playing ranked on that a little bit, so trying to figure out how I'm supposed to do stuff in that game, but it's been pretty fun so far. So yeah, I recently got back into gaming a little bit more. Kind of weird. Anyone see the CGA video about girls dating their first drug dealer with children? No, I didn't see that. Is it any good? Good video? I'm here. Lone Hiker 22. What's up, dude? And here we go. MacDonald. How you doing, buddy boyo? Did you see me talking to End of the Chronic? No, what happened? I saw some shit in my Discord about it, but I didn't look at it, so. What the hell? What did he say? Yeah, if you have a link, you can in fact, fuck it, I'll make you a mod. You can post a link to that shit. Add as moderator. You'll be a standard moderator. I can rank you up or down as I see fit. They have a new moderator title now. It's like managing moderators. I guess they mod the mods, which is kind of cool. Yeah. Where are you in 16? I am, should I even, if I tell you, will it be spoiler? I don't know how far you are, but, I, just got through this, I just got through the capital city part, and I'm in this, like I'm assuming the second half of the game, or I don't even know what half the game is. I don't know how long the game's supposed to be, but yeah, I feel like I put in a decent amount of hours into the game, so. Been playing pretty consistently every day. This is the first day I actually haven't really played it at all, actually. But yeah. But yeah, I got past the part with the big capital and the first crystal. That's the most I'll say about that. I don't want to spoil the game, but I got past the first crystal already. Being naughty and launching consumer fireworks in NY. I'm not cucked by Cassie Hochul in her nanny state. Oh, man. The nanny state. The good old nanny state, dude. Hello, what's up, XT? Chip. I want to overdose on the black belt entering the holiday week. Oh, man, don't do it, man. Don't overdose on the BP, dude. The BP will take you down a few notches, you know what I mean? Like, you'll always come out a little bit scarred on the other end of the BP, right? Because you know the truth now, so it's like there's just certain things that you stop doing because you know it's not going to work anymore, right? Like when you had hope in your heart, you were like almost a little bit more outgoing than you probably used to be. But now that you know the truth, there's like certain opportunities that you don't bother taking because you know that it's not going to amount to anything, right? Once you accept the BP, you really have to like come to the conclusion that okay, like this girl here, like if you get matches at all in dating apps, it's like a whole situation where it's like okay, like now that you know your looks level, where you generally stand at when it comes to like all this BP shit, how you're actually judged on looks and shit like that. You can either use what you have to your advantage or to your disadvantage and find workarounds. You know what I mean? It's like a whole game behind the whole thing, right? So yeah, it's just weird. The BP really is like it's deeper than what people think it is. That's for sure. Because like once you accept the truth, which is the black pill, then like a few things have to follow from that, right? Like it opens up new opportunities, but also new downsides as well. Because like once you accept the fact that looks matter, human beings are what they are. There's a whole level of shit that comes from that, right? So, bless out the curry sauce for peddling the rockets, fireworks, cakes, and holiday balls. The rest of the curries, base curry sauce. I guess I'm here. What's up, Chris? He deleted the video. Why? What the fuck, man? That fucking sucks. You and me are around the same part of the game. Oh wow, that's good shit. All right. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't say much. So yeah, I just got back to the second hideout spot, like the new hideout spot. Yeah, that's where I'm at. I think you're probably in the same spot too, or maybe you got past that point. But yeah. I remember playing FF15 and had a good amount of fun. I didn't like 15 at all. Maxed out as many things as possible and fought the mountain turtle thing. I don't know. I like a lot of different genres, but I can't play COD anymore. Yeah, I haven't bought a Call of Duty game in years. It's only because like they're so boring now. It's like the same fucking, I guess maybe they gotten better because like they keep adding new kill streaks and new stuff to the games. But I mean, maybe it's because I haven't played them in so long that why I'm not into them at all. I'm sure if I went back, I can still have fun, but I haven't played like actual games like Call of Duty or even really any FPS in a while. So, ironically, there are still somewhat non-expensive houses in upstate New York, but New York and the Northeast is a nanny state since Central. Yeah, it kind of is. Well, and you also notice that it's like it's literally. This is gonna sound very. I don't want to get like racial here, but it's a very white part of the country as well. So like those people, of course, they can have a nanny state in what is effectively not an ethno state, but like parts of the Northeast, like they advocate for stuff that they themselves don't have to live under, right? It's kind of funny. So they'll have these like viewpoints that are like, oh, racism bad or this bad or that bad or all these things, and it's like okay, like like if you actually lived around certain types of people, you wouldn't have this view, or because you live in in an area where like people are all just the same. Well, you don't need to think about stuff like that. So I remember the fucking sewer snake in 15 pissed me off. I'm getting flashbacks of rage. All right, another weekend riding alone. Final Fantasy VII is the only one that holds memories for me. It was a very early O's or 2000s. Or even earlier, my Chad Light cousin gave me the PSX in those games. Nice. FF9 music slaps. Yeah. So did anyone see No Hard Feelings? It's basically a movie about a slutty girl and an incel. No, what the fuck is that? My god, all these things I never see. I want to get back into the last remnant for PS4. Ooh. Was that game any good? Curries in their march peddle a lot of things. They are the true American spirit. They really are. Curries are taking over America, dude. Basically, he was expecting an easy picking. He wanted to make fun of me, thinking I was a stereotypical incel, but I made him accept that genetic determinism plays a factor and was reasonable to him. Okay. That's good, Larry Cookman. My god, good job. Well, if you got him to admit that, that's a good part of the game here. Yeah, because it wouldn't be hard to get him to accept this. Because like, if he knows anything about, like, the easiest way to get someone to agree with one of your positions is to like relate it back to something that they also know about, right? So like, because you both probably every dude has been to the gym. Well, not every dude, but a lot of dudes, at least in this sphere anyway, they've all done the whole gym thing, right? So we already know that like certain guys grow muscles in certain ways. If you do any of the look at any of the bro science on the internet, or look at any of the actual science, you'll know if you're really interested in actually trying to like gain weight and gain muscle and stuff like that. You'll look up the best tactic to do so, right? So like, all these dudes know that at some point, okay, like, you start looking deeper and deeper to the topic, and you figure out that, oh, genes really decide how much muscle you can gain, how much fat loss you can have, all these things, right? And it's like, once you accept those facts, right, then what has to come from that is that if you agree with my position there about that, then you agree with the idea that genetic determinism is a huge part of the factor here when it comes to being an incel. If all those things are outside of your control, why is anything else in your control as well? You know, it's another one of those things, right? Like, you don't control your genes, so you don't control anything else that comes from that, like, to some extent. Yeah. Music's pretty good. Thanks for the weed pipes and kratom curry cells. Oh man, don't care. Yep, they have a lot of that too. Friend of mine told me he plans on breaking up with his girlfriend he went in college. She didn't do anything wrong. He says he outgrew her. I told him not to do it. It's too brutal out here. Oh, bro, he's an idiot. Don't do it, man. You better hold on for dear life. What the fuck you have? Unless he's like Tyrone or some shit, but who knows? What's up, sex addict? What's up, buddy boyo? If he's at least Chadley, he'll be okay. If he's a normie and his relationship isn't too bad, he's gotta stay. I like it. Typical RPG made by Capcom, I believe. Huh. Alright. FF15 is a flawed game. It has pacing issues, bad combat, confusing story, but I still love the characters. Okay. Mystery Starfield 2 in 2 months. Major dope cope. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm gonna do it. Am I gonna buy that game? I guess I have Microsoft Game Pass. So I guess it's free on Game Pass anyway, so I can just buy it there. Like, Game Pass really for me is like, that's the only way I'll play any of Microsoft's games, is if I have access to other games as well. Because like, a lot of Microsoft for first party titles are really the same shit over and over and over again. But it's like, okay, but if it's on Game Pass, I'll play it. You know, I'm not paying money. Yeah, sure, I'm paying money every month to have Game Pass, but I'm not like paying like the full price, because I was never gonna play this game on a regular basis anyway, right? I actually do wonder sometimes, like, how many games a month would you have to play for Game Pass to be unprofitable to Microsoft, right? Who knows? I wonder how the system actually works. I'd actually be interested in looking at their financials to see how much Game Pass actually makes it, honestly. Huh. Where do I start if I want to start trading stocks like you? Where do you start? Go to like Investopedia. At least I'll look at some terms. You know, you should probably start off with I think on a Webull, you can have a simulated stock market for you, like a simulated stock market, so you can practice actually trading stocks. And once you get a few gains off of that, you know how the system kind of works and how the game kind of works here. And you got to find a good. It also depends on what you're looking for as well. If you're trading individual stocks, then like I'm fucking doing, then you're in for a long ride. Depending on how long you want to wait, it's really hard to do that, you know. But if you're trading like EFTs or you know, like index funds or mutual funds, then you can just throw your money anywhere really and just let it ride the market. You know, they're so diversified now that it's like you just get a pretty good mix. So there's no real reason not to. I would never don't look at the finance part of YouTube, because they're all just trying to like hustle you into buying their pump and dumps. So it's over. What's up, David Zambrano? Void, I mog him. A girl I was seeing confirmed it. Guy thinks shit is sweet because they get a girlfriend in college. Things don't get better from there. Yeah. Black women never looked my direction until I started lifting. was able to attack Becky pre-social media, just being skinny fat. Wow. John. I saw a few videos on Starfield. Looks interesting, but somewhat barren, which makes sense because space is barren and planets are huge. I don't see anything of real substance, though. I don't know. I mean, like that's. I never really played too many. I didn't play. I barely played. Elder Scrolls. Skyrim. I barely played that. A Morrowind. I played a little bit of Morrowind. So I never really got big into their games anyway, right? Like, you know, I've heard they have really glitchy, odd games, and you know, you have to be kind of into that style of like gameplay. So, yeah. I looked at no hard feelings. You're correct about it being a shit slutty girl and a nice info guy. Just outgrow your girlfriend, bruh. Huh. Starter girlfriends. Did Undead Chronic Rose Blackpool was in a recent stream? That's what I heard. Yeah, shit is definitely not sweet out here, bro. He's gonna find out the hard way then. Rip, probably doesn't matter. She probably monkey brain to Chad live anyway eventually. Undead Chronic is JBW personified. Isn't he manlet? I don't know. Is he? Most women in relationships in college don't quite know their true SMV if they're not ruined yet. Less than 2-3 bodies. Too much focus on Chad. We need to accept the power of female beauty. Many Chads are smashing 4s and 5s. Wouldn't surprise me, yeah. That's true. You know, like, if we have to accept the fact that, like, these really high-end females are extremely rare, but women are less varied than men are anyway, right? So, what ends up being is, like, you know, women kind of, a lot of them fall into the middle of the curve, and the same way that men do, but, like, you know, the male curve is fatter, so I think there's naturally, I wonder if there's naturally more Chads than there are, I don't know. I guess with Chads and Stacy's be equally as rare, or I guess in the same level of a rarity. Who knows? Because then, like, if there's only so many Chads, like Chad can just be smashing chicks like all the way through, right? But if there's so many Chads and not enough Stacys, then a lot of those Chads are also going to be dipping down into the lower level than fucking 4s and 5s as well. Because that's like the best they can do. Because there's like literally not enough women of that beauty caliber to go around, so women are simply more average. So who knows? I mean, this whole look shit just goes so fucking deep, bro. Oh man. I hate Final Fantasy 13, but I like Lightning. A lot of the character. I have a mouth pad of her. And the money is a good financial YouTuber. Okay. Lots of good YouTubers. Shift says to invest in AI. He does, yeah. You might as well. Just diversify your stocks, bro. Yeah, dude. Women have a lot of power. I think it was on you on Smash TV stream who said ugly single moms are by themselves later in life. What do you watch on YouTube? Any channel recommendations? It doesn't need to be Black Hole related. What do I watch on YouTube? Watch a lot of history channel stuff, like history stuff in general. There's a guy named the Y-Files who covers a lot of like weird stuff. I like looking into like the paranormal and stuff like that. So he covers stuff like that. He's really interesting, and he kind of does like deep dives, and then he'll do a end of the video debunking of the data he just talked about, which is kind of interesting to hear about how much of this stuff is actually true, how much of this stuff is actually just straight bullshit, and they have proof that it's bullshit, right? So he does good stuff like that. But he has a very good presentation style that he's really perfected, in my opinion. So it's a phenomenal guy. What if alt hist? Yeah, I watch him a lot. He's a decent YouTuber. Sergeant Willie P. I always watch his videos. Who else do I watch? I sometimes watch escort sales videos occasionally. He's an interesting guy sometimes. I was actually on the Base Pluto stream yesterday. I don't watch his content that very often, but I was on the stream yesterday. But I didn't really get a chance to talk. They all seemed to be kind of just going crazy in there, so I just kind of like stood back and let them talk. I think I spoke like 3 or 4 lines and left. And then I didn't want to leave. We got kicked out, but either way. So I don't know. I watch a few channels. There's a few channels I watch. There was a guy named Dova Hadi who made a really good long form videos about like cartoon videos about the history of Rome, like some good shit, really funny shit, and really a well made funny shit as well. And he basically he made his little series and left. It's kind of weird. I wish he would do more, but he said he's not really interested in any other time in history. So, but yeah, he had a really good stream on that. Really good videos. She's actually good looking. She's an in-shape black girl who was a minority. Yeah, more one was junk. I returned it for the original Xbox in 6 days in 2003. My God. Ugly moms are a limb by choice. Yeah. Well, first I hope I definitely let come on as a guest at SNC. First said he doesn't like the panel style videos. I guess I could get him on here for like this, cause since I keep the first half of the stream kind of like exclusive, so like between me and either myself or somebody else. I could have him on for the first hour, and then he can drop off after the fact because he doesn't like the whole panel talk stuff. But yeah, hell, but definitely like he's in my Discord server, but he hasn't said anything yet, so I don't know what to do. Will the hoflation cost crash soon? What will be the cause of the crash? Probably not. Who knows? Hey, bro, she leaves on death on him. She might have to grab her ass soon. Ass, bro. When you match with your looks match, which is the key popular HTB, one ick or off. Hi, Chair Becky, rather. One ick or off-putting flirtatious message will turn them off. Back to the quest for Chad. Yep. She wants you there to be that emotional tampon, but you never get to smash. She's always looking for Chad, dude. Roadstar Hip Hop. Let's see. He about to spin the block on them friends. Find out they got hit with the same game. 2 black women proving that they date the same men. Oh my God. Stacy is getting flown out. Chad is with Becky. More than likely, yeah. Your look matches Southeast Asia, buddy boyos. Age matters more than looks. Women have done it all by age 27. They turn off the sex drive after that. Yeah. What if all has is a good Gen Z YouTuber? He's good shit. Yeah, so something I wanted to talk about was the idea of a metagame. Anybody here know what a metagame is? So like, this is something. Yeah, I don't know. This is something I've thought about for a while now. And if you know what, I'm not gonna. I'll tell you guys what it is. If you know what a metagame is, a metagame effectively is the idea of like it's game about game, effectively. So like you're talking in reference to like something. So it's like you're talking about a video game, right? Like I play Street Fighter 6, right? A metacell. That's a good one. But yeah, basically like it's game about game, right? So this idea of like, you know, if you're playing like a fighting game like Street Fighter 6, certain characters are better against other characters, and like, but that's not really like it's somewhat part of the game, but it's also like an observation that like you can use to your advantage or disadvantage, right? So like there's a whole meta behind like which characters are better against other characters and what tactics work on the battlefield. So like you notice that like in Halo the a battle rifle 4-shot kill being a really good with your BR was like a huge part of the a meta in Halo 3 and Halo 2 because you the best thing to have, and then knowing how to monopolize power weapons is also a big part of the meta, right? So like, it's this whole idea, like it's all about the matchup, and as David Zambrano has been talking about here, the matchup, yeah, it's all about the matchup, and effectively, if you relate a meta game back to like the whole dating market crap, right? Oh, this dating shit we always talk about, or really anything in general. This probably is even a meta game for trading stocks. Probably like everybody has a tactic, everybody knows all the other tactics, and you're just trying to find the best way to get a return out of the market, right? And all these tactics about you can start getting extremely meta, where it's like you're talking about the meta within the meta, right? So like, what's the meta of knowing the meta? That it's crazy shit like that. Like it's all connected somewhat though, right? At the end of the day. Either way, so like if you relate the stuff back to game, and we're comparing like like what's when you're looking at like what things come into play when you're trying to go after a woman, right? What are you looking up? Like what are you doing to maximize your chances in the current meta? What's really popular right now? What are women looking for? What are they always looking for? We all know what they're looking for on a looks level thing. They're looking for Chad. Is there any other? What do you have in a reference to every other man in your area? These are all questions about the game. It's game about game, right? So like, if the game itself is you're one-on-one with the woman, then talking about the game of how to get to that point is also really important as well, right? Like all the wooing and shit, and all this stuff matters, right? The matchup, yeah. So like, if you're playing a game against somebody else, and it's like they're using they have who knows, like oh god, this is a good one. Yeah, I think I'm explaining it pretty well. Subhumans have a 0 to 10 matchup against Chads. Yeah, like because if you know that you have like an extreme disadvantage in the market because you're up against Chad 9 times out of 10, why would you bother even playing this character? Playing that character. Let's say Subhuman was a character in the game and Chad's a character in the game, right? And Chad always beats Subhumans. Like, well, there's no point in even trying to like use a Subhuman to beat a Chad, right? There's no point. like if you know your place in the game, then like there's certain things that come with that, and there's certain ways of playing the game that if you look around you and see, okay, like this guy has a girlfriend, that guy has a girlfriend, what are these men doing differently than I'm not doing, of why they have a girlfriend and why I don't? And if it's something that you have some control over, you can do stuff like that. There's a whole bunch of reasons why or how these things work out. So it's like he might be fucking beta buxing, he might be doing some crazy ass fucking simp shit. So you never know what people are fucking doing in the game nowadays to maintain their own sanity, right? Because like, let's be real here. Life in and of itself is like like a game, right? Where it's like, you have life in and of itself is like a game, and you think to wonder if just such a thing as like, like it's kind of like funny how Shift kind of talks about the metaverse, right? But to some extent, you're already in the metaverse, right? Like you're already in the metaverse. Like you're already playing like everything's gotten so meta now in general, where it's like we're having discussions about having discussions, right? Like it's crazy stuff. Like we're I don't know, like maybe I'm getting too meta at this point, but at the end of the day, like people are having like everything's so much more surface level, and nobody's really talking about the meta. But even though they're always operating in the meta, like you would think this topic would be more brought up, but it's simply not. I'm on finesse dried spray. It seems to be restoring my hair quite a bit. Hope it doesn't kill my dicks. Ooh. Game isn't needed because of positive reinforcement. It's literally bullshit. Just pick up on social cues and have the looks. Yeah. We are living in a tier 0 format, huh? Some humans got nerfed at genetic recombination. Yeah. Like they have like nerfings and all stuff like that. Yeah. Like all this stuff about like, as the game shifts and changes, like things can get nerfed for you as well. So like, if Chads are constants, like Chads are these really rare beings who don't get fucking nerfed somehow. But at the end of the fucking day, right? Like we're all playing this shitty ass fucking dating market game, right? And some of us got dealt different cards, and other guys got dealt. And you got to kind of live to your strengths, right? Figure out what you're good at and do that. You were born with bad genetics or a bad base foundation. Yeah, there you go. When the look stat check happens, it's over. Game is retarded. Minshew doesn't know how to close and not F up. Game manager QB playbook. Short and medium passes, handoffs to the running back. Things are becoming formulaic. There's definitely an algorithm. Yeah, there's algorithms exist all throughout nature and life anyway, right? Otherwise, an algorithm wouldn't work. Like the whole idea of an algorithm wouldn't even exist. Like it has to work for it to be for it to like work out in nature, right? So like we use algorithms. Algorithms are all over math and nature and stuff like that as well. So yeah, everything's becoming very formulaic and like because as formulas develop and as certain customs or norms develop around a culture or society, certain things become expected of men and women, and that in and of itself, knowing that game can change at any point, is like knowing the a meta game, right? Where it's like you're looking at the game and you're trying to figure out, okay, what tactics are working now, and do I have a shot in this market to get a girlfriend or to get anything I want? Whether it be money, resources, whatever you want to call it. Like knowing how the industry works, and knowing that they know that you know that they know that you know that. And it's like because it's more exciting when you're playing against another person, right? Because like like they know certain things and you know certain things, and there's certain like there's a lot of background like in the mind, like mind games going on, where it's like you know that they know that they know that type thing, where it's like, okay, like I know if I do this, they can do that. If they can do this, I can do that, and then so you're coming up with like tactics to counter what they're doing, while they're coming up with stuff to counter what you're doing and stuff like that, right? So it's all very it's all very meta, right? At the end of the day, life meta, yeah. How important is getting a woman in general or right now? I don't know. Depending on how you feel about it. Let's play the game, Bucko. Well, you're playing the game whether you like it or not. Just because your character sucks and he's forced to the sidelines doesn't mean you're not playing the game. You just become an NPC. You're just effectively an NPC in other people's worlds. The game is heavily luck-based, and you have no other games to play. Yep. There are some matchups where it's just a pure stat check. No amount of bonuses, amplifiers, or powers will be enough in a number of cases. Yeah. This is true as well. There are certain situations that you don't want to be put into as well as a man in America. Like that's a matchup or a meta in and of itself, right? Like a man versus like let's say you're a regular guy and then you're up against some big corporation. That's a bad situation to be in, because the meta matchup for that type of situation is normally that the corporation has more and better lawyers than you have, and they'll fight you tooth and nail to keep their profits in check, right? So it's a bad matchup in reality, right? Now you might still take the risk because the reward is there. Like you have a way to, like, let's say you get a better lawyer. Well, the whole matchup thing about that, like which lawyer is better than that lawyer, right? Who has a better conviction rate or better a defense rate if you're looking for a defense attorney, right? All this stuff matters. But sometimes the other guy's just a lot better than you were naturally. Like you have like some matchups where it's a pure stat check. Yeah, like it's literally looking at the stats saying he's tall, you're short, or he's taller than you, and he has more hair, or more this, or more muscles, or he's got a better voice, or he's got better, like, all of a sudden it becomes like a pure, like, okay, like it very much is a stat check. Oh, she's looking for okay, he has the looks now, I'd fuck him. Okay, well, from a man's perspective, that's basically more than enough. A woman's always trying to get more out of you, so the whole game you're playing up front, where it's like, okay, like if I pay too much for a date, she's getting more than she's put out yet, and then, but if I pay too a little for a date, this is going nowhere. But what you hope is that you don't have to date at all. But obviously, if you're going on a date, you're probably not Chad. Because like if it's Chad, she'll just bang on the first date. And she can't say she's never done it before too, because so many women out here are just absolutely fucking going crazy now. So I think that someone on Pluto's last stream said that women do to a certain extent control men's social lives. They do. Well, that dude on Pluto's stream was so smart. Was not so smart, but was smart. But he was coping hard, talking about why his last date didn't lead to the second. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think I joined that stream right at that part, but I wasn't really paying attention too much during that stream because there was just too much stuff going on in that stream, so I couldn't really do anything really in that stream. But yeah, environment is key. Oops, skipped a comment here. Environment is key. You can select in HS and unselect in college depending on where you go. Pick the best environment for what you offer. Yeah, that's also that's another part of a metagame as well. Knowing where you stand in a reference to other people in the market, right? So it's like it's the market about the market, right? So the market, so like the market in and of itself is between like trying to get a job here, right? Where it's like like you versus other people in your other candidates in your pool. So if the recruiter picked like 5 to 6 people, how do you think you look in comparison to the other interviewees on their payroll, or not the payroll, but on their docket type thing, right? Well, like, where do you stand? Like, do you think you're the most experienced or the second most experienced? Who do you think is more experienced, right? And so yeah, it really is like a this game about game, right? Or the meta shit. So yeah, knowing those factors will help you a lot when it comes to like trying to figure out what's the best environment where you need to be at, and to succeed in the best way that you possibly can. The game is fucked. We have high tier Becky thinking they are model tier due to the attention from desperate sims. This is another factor as well. Yeah, you have to factor in as well. Like knowing this is also really important to know. Knowing that women that you used to be able to go out with easily are now like, thinking they're model tier. Like, let's say you grew up in an earlier time period, like in the 90s or the 2000s, and like, what you have to realize is that the women that you used to get back in the 60s and 70s that you got off of the strengths of nothing, or that you somehow gamed your way into, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. The women that you guys got back in the 90s, the 80s, 90s, and 2000s are like not the same women that the same looks level gets today because of the inflation, right? If that makes any sense. So like, if a 6 out of 10 normie guy was somehow able to snag himself let's say he snagged himself a 7 or even an 8. Like, the same factors that existed back when he was able to do that, this is all part of the a metagame, right? Because once again, the meta was that, oh, you got married young, you married the guy in your neighborhood or your town. There was no internet, there was no social media constantly around you, there wasn't all these things around you. So like the meta is completely different now. Like see how like by changing factors outside of the game itself become more complex, and the game itself changes so that different tactics work now. Being a really attractive works extremely well now. Instead of being the best option in town, now you have to be the best option in your like tri-state area. Like it's getting more insane now because the world's becoming smaller and smaller. that make any sense? Hope that makes sense. Getting a long-term woman long-term does not really benefit you. If you're Chad, even you can get cheated or divorced. Will you get a good deal? It's highly unlikely. Yeah, it's just true. Do you think the black pill will become as popular as the red pill in the future? It probably won't, but who knows? There may be multiple games going on. You can be winning on many fronts, but still not have a woman. Yeah, it's true. Yeah. Just max out your luck stat, buddy bucko. Yeah, just be born right. It's effectively the meta right now. Just be born normal, and you'll get a girlfriend. What will my creator or grandparents in heaven think if I don't reproduce? A question that plagues me as I get into my mid-30s. I'll call you a fucking loser one day. You show up to heaven and be like, boy, you fucked up bad, boy. Our bloodline's dead now. You are left behind. You are genetic garbage. A universe spat you out into existence, and you were meant to reproduce and reproduce and provide for a family and all that shit, and you didn't do any of that. You were on a genetic level, you were a failure, but like you could have made a powerful company or something like that in life. So I guess like your will lives on through your work, but it really doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter though, right? Because like your bloodline's dead, so no one will have your genes. No one will remember you after a certain period of time. But I guess that kind of goes for everyone anyway, right? Like one day your grandparents or one day you'll be old and people will just forget about you too. So that's just life in general, right? If you gotta take her out, you're already headed for an L, and the vast majority of men can't even get that. Yeah. You an only child? No, I'm not. No, my sister already gave my parents grandkids, but I am the only son, though. Ooh, no, the bloodline matters, dude. Bloodlines don't come from women, dude. They come from men. The BP and incel issue isn't just about getting laid. He gets past that the relationship dynamics are untenable. For the mass to be ignorant of this fact is inexcusable. Dead is in. Yeah, you're not wrong. Keep on keeping on, Mystery's channel needs more viewers. I guess I must be speaking some sense, I guess. You need to do comparable like looks wise to what she sees in fairy tale movies or Dark Triad vampire TV shows. Huh. That's not a bad idea sometimes though, right? You know, like what's the meta game when it comes to the media, right? Like what's she looking at? What kind of crap does she consume that might influence her choices on a mate? You know, knowing that rappers and hood dudes are in your area will help decide what type of a man you're going to be when you grow up effectively, right? If you think that a winning strategy is become a thuggo to get pussy, then you're probably going to do it because you want pussy. If you think that the primary looks, not the primary thing in your city is like being a punk or some shit, you know, then you fucking wear punk clothes, right? It's all there though. It's all metagame shit. The fuck is going on in France? They're burning that motherfucker down, dude. They want that fucking pension money. Truth be told, I have no clue what's going on in France, dude. It's just crazy. I don't think looks is enough for black women. If you have looks but don't have a certain level of dysfunction, she'll give you temporary access. Eventually, she'll self-sabotage or leave. Yeah, probably. When you talk to women or that's a black pill aware individual, nine times out of 10, you're doing some type of meta and game analysis. She's older. She's looking for a savior. she was once hot, now not an overweight, self-esteem. Yeah, you guys are getting it. This is good shit. Yeah, this is the type of stuff I actually do, where it's like, okay, I'm looking at a woman right now in front of me. Why is she on the market? Okay, like women are never single, right? So how much of her initial story can I actually believe about her? You know, what's she all about? You know, like what's going on with this chick? If she does looking to smash though, none of this stuff matters. If you're looking for something more like either way, like you know, like it's kind of amazing because like men ultimately they want to smash anyway, but ultimately like if you're looking for the girlfriend or relationship status, and you're gonna be looking at all these things as you get older, right? She's older, you know, what she's looking for, you know, the whole bunch of things that come into the fucking game here, right? Like what's she looking for on the market here? She's older, you know, she has no fucking no money, shitty car, no fucking, you know, all these bad things about her, and it's like, okay, can I you know, this type of chick I want to fucking date, dude? Probably not. A woman I could get in 2005, I can't get in 2015 or 2023. Yeah, there you go. It's true. That's the meta game changing for you. The meta changed. You used to be in style, and now you're out of style, right? Oprah and Ricky Rake wasn't around during our parents' time. That is brutal lithium. Oh yeah. That's crazy. Is that personally my value has increased significantly these past 5 to 6 years, but getting dates was much easier for me back then. What happened, Jay? Was it just like, I mean, you're really tall. Like, you would think that shit would be like a huge how bad is your face? Is your face bad, or is your face kind of like you said like a 6, right? I think you said you're like a 6. No more affirmative action, so the Asians and Indians will take over, and they probably will. All bloodlines will die out eventually. It's true. Yeah, they don't really matter in the grand scheme of things, right? But the sad part is that even if you know that, you still want to like do something about it. Like you still want to like breed. Like that urge never goes away. That's really what a sex drive meant for, if you think about it, right? Like, it sort of ties in the reason for sex as well, but that's kind of a little bit beside the point. But yeah, like your whole existence of reason for being what's coming on here and you know, in general, reproduce, but everything else is just to cope. What's the NBA and NFL gonna do, lol? Just be born with higher stats and predisposition leveling bonuses, bucko. If you're not good at conceptualizing complex systems and abstract ideas, then just try bucko. Just be a cock, then bucko. Oh yeah. The women have just accrued too much power. Nothing is going to be the same. It's going to get worse. Yeah. There's so many overweight chicks on dabs. These apps, fuck. Yeah, there's a lot of them, bro. They're all fat. In a couple of years, to pay to play will be the barrier of entry. To entry, yeah, probably. It's crazy how many ugly and fat post-wall chicks on the sugar baby sites. Oh, dude. Oh my god. That's funny, bro. Would you ever have a relationship with an overweight obese girl? If not, you already need to subtract half the American dating pool. It's true. That's part of the metagame as well. Think about it. Like, knowing how fat women are nowadays, like if you want to fuck a chick with a flat stomach and or if you're a woman who wants to date a dude, like you don't want to date a fat dude, like you most of America's fat, bro. Like America's fat as fuck. So like, you have to like subtract out all those fat people out, right? Unbelievable, dude. That's the only thing on normie, high tier normie guys level. You don't have to treat the whales great, but they still want some stuff. Whales are the only option LTR for me. Dang, bro. I drop a crazy foid like a bad habit nowadays. I can't commit to a foid that will embarrass me in any way. But like, what if that's all you can get, dude? Yeah, the affirmative action will affect the top more than bottom. Why would Harvard accept anything but foreign Asian students who often get paid to go to school and have higher grades / IQ? China number one. China number one. Anyone happen to know if Face No Less is doing alright? Haven't kept up with the black pill stuff. I mostly just completely left the area of the internet a few years back and never went back to any discords. I don't know. He was on my stream like 2 years ago or a year ago now. So like, yeah, he's still alive, I think. There's a video on YouTube featuring a 21-year-old sugar daddy. Things are getting abysmal. Oh my god. Hey, Mystery, I saw that girl again, the one I sent you. We had a decent time. She's actually cheap for a sugar baby. Every other chick wants 1K and money up front. Well, shit, dude. That's good shit, man. Mystery is an accountant, so yeah, dude, I am. The fact so many women are overweight and every guy wants a girl in shape inflates all skinny girls to at least 7 out of 10. She's suddenly a Chad Lighter tall high tier normie and up. Nice. Yeah, that's true. Have you obtained your looks match? How many points below would you go? Would you yeah. Below you would you go? Yeah. I feel like I did one time. I feel like I did like once or twice, maybe even 3 times in my life. Normally, you're dating like 2 levels lower than what you typically are. Even in a decent market, you probably won't get your looks match, but. China is a joke, like all the bricks. South Africa doesn't even have weeks without electric blackouts. Yep. Miss standards are more unrealistic than they seem. Wanting a chick who is in good shape or is in good shape, low body count, and good attitude is extremely unrealistic. Yeah. But the thing is that the whole thing you have to remember about men, though, is that that's not really a standard. Men have a preference for that stuff typically, right? So, like, yeah, like men have preferences for women who are in good shape, low body count, and good attitude. But men will accept women who are, or will sleep with women, or will even be with women who are way more fucked up than they are. It's like, okay, like this chick's got fucking mental issues. She's got fucking this, she's got that, but she's got a hole, so I'm fucking her and I like her. So men will accept way more shittier conditions from women than women will from men. So the beach chatter status max, low money max DiCaprio to attain decent looking Floyd. We have E-Court Landwells charging $400 an hour in USA. Oh god. It never be. Oh god, just thinking about that, bro. You got people fucking spending $400 an hour for some fucking. Imagine paying money for this shit, bro. Oh my god, bro. It never began. Not being fat is controllable. Is this true? Most guys would take a whore who's not religious, bitchy, or just average looking. It's true. No gym for your jeans, yeah. In my 30s now, people I know having kids. Yeah, I know of people having kids now too as well. It's kind of putting a little bit of pressure on me, like, oh shit, I have a friend who's about to get married, and I think I'm invited to the wedding, so I'm going to that. It's just crazy though, man. It's just been crazy. 400 an hour, yeah, dude. I can't conceive of me having a family with children. It seems like my mind is caught in a state of perpetual adolescence. Hard to know how to even break out of it. Yeah, dude. I don't know. Yes, F. We have fat whales charging those prices, and what kind of men pay that? Jimmy, I need my money, Jimmy, give me that money, Jimmy, get your ass back in work, Jimmy. Men's standards are in the gutter. Women's standards are out of the realm of existence and transcending beyond dimensions. Look at women when they say the bar is on the floor. Fucking Chad whores. Yeah, dude, it's true. Get children, Jimmy. Yeah, dude. Jeff Bezos is the biggest manlet cook ever in the history of the world. Lauren Sanchez is a turbo roasty. That chick looks like a fucking sex doll, bro. I'm not gonna lie. She looks horrible looking, dude. He got some weird taste in women, bro. He got some weird taste in women, bro. Get children, Jimmy. A lot of the fat sugar baby bitches are charging $500 and higher, and Sims are probably paying it. Probably are. You married friend is gonna be a cuck. He probably is. Wouldn't surprise me at all. I'm waiting for that Prega blend to hit. Nice. Jeff could have done way better. Probably could have, but it is what it is. Can't imagine having a wife or being responsible for children. I've internalized how over it is for me. Or over how over it is, rather. An 18-year-old land whale seeking was trying to charge me $700. Get the fuck out. Laugh my ass off. Wow. Oh, man. Imagine spending $700 on a land whale, dude. Oh, my fucking God, bro. Mackenzie was an okay Becky. You saw Mia Khalifa getting invited to Harvard. It's fucking over, dude. Yeah. Even though men have to date 2 levels down, that the thing girl will either think you are an equal match, or she might think she's still settling. Probably gonna think she's settling more likely than not. Because she's probably had better. She's probably had worse at this point. Especially as they get older, she's had a lot more men than you've had women. So, yeah. So you're looking at her like for the last, if you've had like if you go on like 3 dates a year, she probably goes on like 15, 20 dates a year. So she's experienced more dates. So she knows how men operate. So you have to factor that in as well. So she never done Pregable and Imagine a mix of MDMA, ketamine, and benzos. I never done any of those. So now whores and landwells are celebrities. Yeah. Leave the West and start a family there. Men can't heal in the environment that broke them. All the couples I know are sexless. Yeah. Ain't no one fucking in America, bro. Except Chads. Men can't heal. Anybody have any good videos we can talk about, or I'll open the chat up, I guess, in a few minutes. So yeah. Oh yeah, here's a fucking funny ass story, bro. Men are getting mad, fucking desperate, dude. So I was in the a glasses store, right? A glasses store rather, and I was in there getting some glasses fitted for me. So I was getting the I think I was actually picking them up. Either way, picking my new glasses up, right? And the cashier lady, she's like an older woman. She got to be in her 40s, maybe her 50s. Probably in her 40s, probably. And she was talking to me about how like this man walked by the store, right? and then the dude came back in, or I think she smiled at him when he walked by, and then a few minutes later, the dude had bought some flowers and come into the store and handed the woman some flowers and said she was very beautiful. I was like, what the fuck, bro? Like, are men really on this type of like this level of a desperation where it's like a woman smiled at me, that means she wants to fuck me. I'll get her some fucking some flowers. I'm like, what the fuck, bro? Oh, dude. Oh man, even the semi-fat beat girl I smashed wants me to take her out. He probably hasn't been smiled at in years. Imagine a Tyrone dating not so genetics or genetic trash. Threes even. It's gotten that bad. Yes, they are. That is sad. Yeah, yeah. Really is that bad. Turkish women are underrated as fuck. Don't they smell like curry? Years ago when women were in surplus, this would work. Yeah. I've damaged beyond recognition. Nothing I can do. Oh my god! I remember when I worked at Walmart, right? And there was a situation where I had two. There was a situation effectively where like there was this really fat chick, right? Really fat chick. She worked in a dairy, right? The dairy section of the store, and effectively like she had a crush on one of the back end guy, the guy who worked in the back of the warehouse shit. She had a crush on that guy, and I guess at one point she had given him a blowjob in the fucking dairy cooler, and everybody called her fucking dairy slut because everybody found out about it somehow. I was like, what the fuck, bro? And it's like, you see the level of like shit that happens in workplaces, because obviously like like it's kind of funny how much pre-selection will call other women to be like, oh, I want to date him too. Like, it's like they'll fucking like they'll tear each other apart to get a hold of a Chad, right? So the moment a one dude got picked, every other chick wanted to fuck this one guy. Yeah, people would do some crazy shit nowadays to get women, and for a woman to get men nowadays, this is crazy shit. Context is very important. If a chick is nice to you out in the work environment, it's not genuine, even in social settings that are not set in stone. Cute girl smiled at me, want to smile back and waved. Kept walking, big deal. Some people are just friendly, doesn't mean I'm getting her flowers. Yeah. Older women aren't surplus, Granny Mac, bro. Oh god. Ugh. That's some fucking gag-inducing shit, bro. Fucking some old grandma. So fucking disgusting, bro. That off-white look is so hot. Turkish women have good features, perfect noses too. Lips and nose are perfect size with them. Guess you had a better blowjob, right? Oh yeah. I went on a date. I feel like we were talking about dates earlier. I went on a date this past Saturday, and it was pretty good. It was a pretty good date, so couldn't complain at all. So probably the best date I've been on in a while. And then I bowled today at a league. Did pretty good with that. So yeah, that's a few things I did today. Is she a cute African lady? She's actually I'm not sure if she's from Africa or not, but she's black. Very a nerdy girl. But I'm being cautious, I'm not sure. So I'm not putting a lot of investment into it. Let me put some new music on real quick. Give me a sec. Some good music. All right. Nerdy, huh? Oh boy. Yeah, exactly. Nerdy black women always go for white Chad. But who knows? Does that mean she could be a virgin? Nah, I don't think so. No fucking way. I don't believe any woman that says she's a virgin anymore. Might have to get back on Hinge. She can. Didn't she get banned? A high value man is a simp with extra steps. Let's watch this video together. That's not what I wanted.
What's up?
What's up, everybody? Now let's do it. Here we go. Now I'll open the stream up for people to join.
This is Chance Berryman. The topic of this video is why I'm not a high value man. I don't associate with that label and I don't even care. That's not something that I'm really interested in even pursuing in this video, is to explain why. So this video is dedicated to a commenter on one of my previous videos named Naya Brock. Shout out to Naya. He commented on a video that I did about sugar daddy sites, that he's a high value man and he's on one of these sugar daddy sites and he has never paid women for their time. And I'm going to leave a link in the description box of this video so you guys can go look at that video and you can see Naya's comment. So I was like, cool, good for you, bro. Like, I'm not hating on anybody's path in life. If you want to be a high value man, if you want to do whatever with that, cool. I was like, good for you, bro. I never said I was a high value man. I've never said that. I don't care. And so then he came back with, oh, that's a shame. You're not even striving to be that. And I'm not. I'm going to tell you why. So I actually wrote about this first on my blog. You can check out chanceberryman.com. I wrote about why I'm not a high value man like 2 years ago. And I'll leave a link down below for that post. Anyway, to me, basically, to make the long story short, the reason why I don't associate with that label is, to me, the high value, whatever shit, it sounds like approval seeking behavior. It sounds like, okay, I'm going to do these, in my opinion, it sounds like you're going to be like, okay, I'm going to do these things, these 4 or 5 steps, whatever is entailed, and then I'm going to be worthy of affection and approval from women. Just so you guys know, there is a YouTuber that made the term popular, Kevin Samuels, obviously, but the term high value man has been going on in like the pickup artist community, in the men's self-improvement space for at least like 10, 15 years. People have been talking about, what is a high value man? So the guy that you think like invented that term, he didn't. He just made it more popular to a lot of people, and especially women. That's like the first time that a lot of women heard this term. So as a result, women start calling in this YouTube channel talking about, oh, that I want a high value man. I want a high value man. And then men, because you always want to be like attractive to, you always want to be able to get women, you try to form yourself, craft yourself into what you think women want. So that's my number one problem with like the high value, whatever shit, is that to me, it just seems like approval seeking. Okay, so women want a guy that makes $100,000 a year. They want him to have whatever, like 5 high value friends, whatever is the criteria based on this one popular YouTube channel. Then guys like contort themselves and try to meet this standard only to seek approval. And that's what I think is the number one bad thing about it. The second bad thing, and this is actually the main real problem, the issue that I have, is that this particular YouTube channel that I'm talking about, when women call this show, they'll be like, oh, I want a high value man. I want him to make a certain amount of money. I want him to do this and do that. Basically, it's just about money. The times that I have seen this YouTuber, his show or his episodes, whatever, it's always like a woman in her 30s with a couple of kids by a guy who wasn't high value. The father of her children wasn't high value, but now she wants a quote unquote high value man. And the main thing that they talk about is that his income. So that brings up a couple issues. Number one, we're all sleeping with the same women, right? The dating pool is just like one big exchange in which people bounce in and out of relationships. People bounce on and off of dating apps and on and off of the cock carousel. We're all sleeping with the same women. So what I want, in my opinion, what I want you guys to understand is that the quote unquote high value guy, he gets the same women that everybody else got, and you get her last. Because by the time a woman wants to get married, the only time being high value matters to women, in my opinion, my experience, the only time that being high value matters is when they're ready to get married, ready to get off with the cock carousel. But that means that other guys, like I said in my previous example, other men have had her first, and they didn't have to be high value. You see this all the time.
Yeah, some good. That's some definitely pretty good. Definitely a decent point, right? Like somewhat of a decent point. Um, hmm. So when women only care about you being high value when they're trying to get married, yeah, there's some truth there, right? Where it's like, you fucked other dudes for less, like, like unless by high value she's looking for. I guess it depends on what you mean by value, then, right? High value, right? If you mean high value within having a money, like things external to yourself, then yeah, like things that don't really that aren't like intrinsic about you, like your height, your face, like all this stuff like that. If you count like everything, like the money or the status or anything else, then I don't know. High value is usually synonymous with to money. Yeah, so like really a high value man who has money, resources, all this stuff like that. Then it's like, yeah, there's some truth there, right? Where it's like Chad don't need the money to get Stacy when she's 19 years old or 18 years old or 16 years old. Chad just run through women like crazy, and then you show up and then all of a sudden when she hits like 28, 29, she's looking for a high value man to settle down and marry her.
In my opinion, my experience of being around different types of people, the more attractive somebody is, particularly women, the more attractive a woman is, the more fucked up low value guys that she actually dealt with. I have had women who I perceive to be highly attractive, very attractive, of all races. It's not just one, but it seems to be really prominent amongst black women. I have had or have seen or talked to very attractive women who had an ex-boyfriend that was like a drug dealer, a DJ, an unemployed surfer slash snowboarder who lived in his car. If you guys ever been around quote unquote hot girls, you know the hotter she is, the more fucked up loser and low value guys that she fucked with in her past, especially when she was young. So that means when she was 18, 19 in high school, she was dating the like little weed dealer that lived in his car. She was dating the DJ, the snowboarder, the cokehead that was crashing on people's couches and borrowing money from his parents. She was fucking with the sugar daddy. And then when she comes up to when she's 32, 34, 35, 37, she's calling Kevin Samuels looking for a high value man, and that's where you come in. You get her after everybody else, low value, fucked up sugar daddies, paying cash, got her. And that's my second problem, or my like skepticism.
Dang, he's not wrong here. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think I get what he's going at here. It makes sense. Like, yeah, like, yeah, like, like, I think I made this point before, but like, like, really, the only what's really waiting for the stem cell who's a money matching, like, does he really think that when he gets older, he's gonna look nearly as good as he looked when he looked younger? So like, is your only hope when you're it's not even just a matter of stem cell, but like just the guy who's a money maxing, right? He knows he doesn't have the looks, so he uses his resources or his money to get women, right? What really awaits that guy at the end of the day, right? Like he's gonna be, by the time he gets any a modicum of wealth, he'll be like in his 40s or like his late 30s or 40s, and by that time his looks will have faded away, and who will he attract then? He'll probably be dating in like, maybe if he's lucky he'll be dating a woman in her early 30s. If he's lucky, he's not going to be getting like prime tier. Most men aren't going to be getting prime tier pussy at 40 years old.
about the quote unquote high value man shit is that okay, what are you getting? And in return for all this money you had to make, all this requirements that you had to do, aren't you still getting a woman that the rest of us all had, and we weren't high value? Is her baby daddy high value? You will see women asking for a high value man, and their child's father, one of their multiple child's fathers didn't even have jobs. You'll be like, how long were you with this guy? Oh, 3 or 4 years. And he just never had a job the whole 3 or 4 years. No, he would get a job and then he would quit, and he was like working on his mixtape because he wanted to be a rapper, and you just be like, but now you want a high
It's good. He's not wrong, dude. He's on point, dude. He's on point. He's mad on point. It's not wrong at all. Like, she'll be dating the most like dusty ass dude, ain't got no fucking money dudes. When she in her early 20s and in her teens and 20s, she hits fucking 35, he hits 30 years old. She's like, well, he has to have money now. He has to have this now. Other men got what you got for less of what you had to pay for, dude. That's what it really comes down to. And it's like, who really wants to be in that in that situation, right? Like in that predicament, right? Like, does anyone win in this market, or is it just like a huge fucking a race to the fucking bottom, right? Like,
value man for little Tyrone and little
exactly. It literally takes years to become high value male. Yeah, yeah. It's not something you're gonna be like born into normally. So paying for something that was given away for free, like as free samples at Costco. Yep. Oh man, it's true. Laugh my ass off. It's true. 6'2" Chad. White Chad has it made, especially for prime age Becky's and Keisha's. While my ass has to rot paying bachelor tax for Chad Jones bastards and women's bad choices. Yeah, stem cells finish last. Yeah. Mixtape. Yeah, the mixtape. Yeah. John Cena married a 27-year-old. She's probably got 50 bodies. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Money Max just to get Chad's leftovers. But even Chad is getting Chad's leftovers, right? Like, even Chad's not really getting a good deal. I mean, he gets a better deal than you get because he gets more pussy. But other than that, yeah, Asians are white men's concubines unofficially. Oof, it's true. It's true. Productive guys finish last indeed. Chip, yeah. If a woman is using a dating app, they've got to have 100 bodies, hundreds of bodies. Oh man, being a high value male with target is overrated. Yeah, it's true. Race to the bottom, bro. Yep. John Cena got leftovers. It's over, buddy boyos. And he's not even going to get sex or BJs like that. He's signing up to be a cuck and a caretaker. It's not worth it. Yeah, it's true. Cena should China Max. He already speaks Chinese. He should China Max, yeah. If I were to be a man that has top 20% jobs, I would just start to use that money for my hobbies. It's true. Might as well. See if I can get a 21-year-old virgin a noodle void. Probably could. Chad's a pretty blue pilled himself. Chad's would literally eat out a bitch. Yeah. I'll keep going.
Pookie and Lil Ray Ray because they need a good example. Oh, okay. So that's where y'all high value men come in. You rescuing people who've been dealing with low value men, cokeheads, drug dealers, Pookies, Ray Rays, whatever the fuck, their whole lives. Niggas that was living in trucks and vans and sleeping on couches, whatever, the whole life. That's number two. The number three reason why I just don't care about the high value label is like, I don't really care about labels in general. I will say, if you would put my resume, quote unquote resume, up against, whatever the requirements are, it's probably pretty close. $100,000 is not even a lot of money, especially look, I'm single, I live alone, and $100,000, that's not really that much money, especially when you think about hyperinflation. Gas costs $5 a gallon. That's not even as much money as you think it is. It's just a round number. It sounds good in people's heads. That's number one. Number two, like I've lived all over the world. I've probably been to maybe 12 or 14 countries. I've been to 38 states. I lived outside of the US for 2 years. I've been in the military. I served honorably in the United States military. You guys see my little plaque back there. It's not that I'm talking about like, okay, I don't care about being high value. I'm going to live in my mom's basement. I moved out of my mom's house when I was 16. I just don't care to conform to a certain set of standards and labels to get, like I already said, what are you getting in return for all this high value shit that you did? So then, particularly about Naya's comment where he's talking about, oh, I'm on this sugar daddy website. If you guys want to try one of the sugar daddy websites that I like, called sugardaddymeet.com, you could get a free profile. You can look in the description box below, click that link. You can sign up for a free like membership to look around. You can see the women that are available. You can just see for yourself if it's something that you want to do. People act like I'm telling you to only fuck with sugar daddy websites. That's not what I said. It's an option of something that you can use of everything that's available. Listen, if there's women on there that you could date it and use resources or not use resources in exchange to hang out and enjoy these women's time, like why wouldn't you at least look at it? In my opinion, the essence of the quote unquote red pill, which I don't care about that shit either, but the essence of the red pill is really questioning what you have been taught and questioning what you think you know. So if you have this idea in your head of like, oh, I'm not gonna pay women for their time, that's not red pill. In my opinion, you're missing out. You could just go look, and if you want to check out a free account to Sugar Daddy Meet, you could download me first on one of the sugar sites, and she was like, I really don't care about this money shit. I just really want to like kind of hang out in nice places. I want to meet successful men, and so it's really not even about any of this, allowance or money or. So a lot of women just don't want to deal with low quality guys, so they go on these sugar daddy sites just looking for somebody with some, like some sense, like a job.
Oh, come on, bro. If you don't think half of those chicks are just there for the money, you're fucking out of your mind, dude. You're a high value target, bro. That's fucking cool.
Some money could take them to a nicer place, right?
The copium is unreal, bro. Them chicks ain't interested in you because you're interesting or some shit, bro. They want that fucking dollar bill, dude. If you weren't paying them, they wouldn't be fucking you, bro.
They might just want to try something different. Not that they're gonna stop fucking with Chads on Tinder, but they just want to try something different, and that's where I come in.
Oh my god. Oh, come on, bro. Nah, I don't believe you.
So I would say if you're dating women off of sugar sites for free, good.
You're probably not, because all those chicks are there for the money. Otherwise, they wouldn't be on a sugar baby website. Like, the implication of being a sugar baby is that you're going to pay. That's the implication generally. She's expecting something of value in return for her time. It's literally the most it's the most honest relationship you can possibly have, probably, right? At least you know what she's there for.
I've been approached to date women for free. I've had women that I was giving money for their time off of sugar daddy sites tell me, hey, you know what? I just want to hang out with you. I don't care.
Yeah, because she knows that if you hangs out with you for free, next time you hang out with her, you're probably gonna pay her more money. You're probably gonna actually pay the next time, right? Oh, dude, it's all tactics, right? It's all tactics. Fuck.
I have a video on my channel. You could go look at the video. I'll leave a link for that as well. Of a client that I had worked with as a coach, who he hung out with a girl, and then after they hung out once or twice, she told him, I don't really care about the money shit. I just want to hang
out. You lying, bro. I mean, I'm not saying you're lying, but there's a reason why. Because they know that, okay, well, it's a tactic, right? I'll give you a fucking freebie, but next time you're gonna pay out more money. Next time you gotta take me here. Next time you gotta take me there. It's a tactic, bro. It's literally the whole a girlfriend experience, right? She calls you, makes you feel good.
out with you. It's very common. It's not a flex. It's not a flex. Sometimes the women want you to pay them for their time. Sometimes they don't care. Sometimes you can start off paying them and they say they don't care. Sometimes you can pay them the whole time and they want the money or they need the money. It's all types of people on sugar sites, just like there's all types of people on Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, Christian Mingle, Farmers Only, whatever. So pretty much that's it. I have notes here. Let me check my notes real quick. Yeah, basically.
Yeah, this is a good comment here. Good comment. Exactly, Mystery. She's playing the game. This motherfucker doesn't know he's in the game. How can you not be this fuck? How can you be this unaware of of common manipulation tactics, right? Like, it's unbelievable. I got stuck on that word hard.
I don't care about labels like that. Hot girls and actually fuck with the most ridiculous losers of all time, guys with fucked up cars, guys that don't have cars, guys that hit them. The more attractive a woman is, the more likely she has some weird ass shit happen to her in her past by a guy that most people would be like, why would you fuck with a guy like this? But she just loved him and cared about him. And that's how it goes. You really don't have to be high value to get a lot of women. You really just have to, in my opinion, have like strong frame, be confident, be in the right place at the right time, just to find you physically attractive. It's not really about how much money you make. Although I'm gonna be honest with you, in terms of like the internet, you guys, if you understand the power of the internet, $100,000 is like almost no money. There's YouTubers that you watch every single day that are making like $100,000 a month off of their YouTube channel, off of sponsorships, ads, endorsements. Maybe they have a clothing line, apparel line, things like that. So it's not that it's not a lot of money, but if you're going to be in this space consuming this kind of content, I want you to understand that it's really not that much money. This is a small channel, so I'm definitely not one of these people that's making like thousands and thousands of dollars off of YouTube, but I make a little bit of money off of these videos. I have other businesses that I do. I've been self-employed now for 2 years. I wrote a book, linked from my book, 30 Dangerous Ideas for Men in Their 30s, down below. I have a lot of different things I'm doing. And all that to say that a couple hundred or $1,000, I'm certainly not rich, but to give a woman a couple $100 for her time is not really that much of a big deal to me, especially.
Oh, bro. Oh, man. But what if you could do it for free instead of having to pay for it? What if you could get it for free? What situation would you rather be in? Would you rather be in, Buddy Boy? Being forced to pay for it if you want it at all, or getting it for free? Oh man. If you're not getting it for free, you're fucking losing the game.
When you consider, like I said, she's saving me time. Because the only alternative is to go swipe through hundreds of profiles of women that I am not attracted to on regular dating apps. When I can just actually skip right to a very attractive woman that I really want to hang out with and really want to see, and all she wants is a small donation for her time, and I'm happy to do that because it saves me time. And to me, in my opinion, honestly, if I had to think about it like that, like to me, it's higher value to not care about a couple $100s than it is to think that you need to brag about talking the panties off of women who probably have a higher body count than you, if we're being real. All right.
Oh, whatever, man. This is Kobe. Dude, he's coping, dog. He coping, bro. Kobe. Oh man, can't. All right, we're done. We're done. All right, here comes the invite link coming in hot. Here's the invite link. Let me get the meme up. I'll be back in like a few minutes. Intermission. All right, here's the meme. Be back in a few minutes, my dude. We're back, buddy boy. We are back in action. We got two people in the back here. We got A boy. Been a while, my dude. We got Base.
Hello.
What's up, Base Billington?
Hey,
How's everybody fucking been?
things have been okay.
Doing good. Just came back from Thailand.
Yeah, Drogs told me you were out there smashing like a madman.
It's Maddie who is smashing, not me.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Maddie over there, he's trying out the hose this time around.
And what did you do over there?
Well, trying to date. Yeah. I had this time around. I was trying to. I had a different approach, right? I was filtering the voids on the dating apps to find voids which are closer to my age range, which are in my age range, and so let's say, like, I don't know, like 7 or 10 years younger up to my age, and so this means like around 30, 33 or older. Yeah, it's pretty useless to date a younger woman for me. It's not working. It's a whole different. It's too much different attitude, and yeah, it's not working. Also, was looking for good English skill and education, and I must say I had a really pleasant experience. I mean, Bangkok, after all, is a big city, right? You'll find a lot of voids there who have education and speak a good English level, right?
So did any of them? How many did you smash?
I smashed one. I got into a relationship with one. Yeah, it's like
Is it still happening now? Are you still in a relationship with her? Or are you done?
yeah. I mean, I came back. I just landed today in the morning. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
not done with. I'm not done with her. I think next I will get a longer visa, like a 6 months visa or a 9 months visa, and then return and see if I can continue this, or if I want to continue this. Yeah.
And I guess
Because
your job did your job allow you to? Was this more like of a vacation, or did your job actually allow you to take a lot of time off for this?
yeah, exactly. Because like I work remote, so I took like 1 or 2 weeks of the vacation, and the rest of the 2 weeks I was not on vacation. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you were able to work from there.
Yeah. So
Oh, wow.
it kind of sucks because like Europe is like 5 hours ahead, so your work time shifts. Yeah. So instead of 9 to 7, 9 to 5, your work like 2 until 10 p.m. Yeah. Like
Yeah, yeah.
two after lunch until 10 in the evening, which kind of sucks. But you have the morning and the lunch for yourself, and sometimes you can even quit 1 hour quicker, so you still can go out from 9 to 12. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's nice. I have to say I have a really pleasant experience, because your usual typhoid, she's just not, or the usual type person, he's just very bad in English. The English skill, the average English skill in Thailand is very bad. Yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah, so like going this time around, like really filtering the voids on the dating app for like jobs. So at this point, I ended up with this kind of an exception, because she has a car, right? I mean, having a car in Thailand or in Bangkok is like something big, yeah. Because most of them, many Thai people don't even have a scooter, if at all, if they have one, right? So even a scooter over there is like in the West having a car. Yeah. So if you have a car in Thailand or in Bangkok, you are basically like better off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's fine. I mean, I understand well with her. Her English is very good. She has a car. She has her own company. She's doing some event management. Yeah. Like planning and executing events. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this time she's it's like It's mine. I mean, like the thing is also mystery. Like most guys over in Thailand, they end up with those foids from the countryside, which have no education, a very bad English skills, and those are the ones usually who constantly ask you for money, right?
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. This what it is. I heard from a lot of guys like complaining that like some other dudes they know over there, they are in relationships with foids, and they tell them to quit with the foid, and because she's just using the guy. But even in Thailand, guys even over there are cucks. Yeah, seems like they simp even over there. Yeah.
Huh. And like, what's your intention with these girls? Are you actually trying to smash and dash, or are you trying to
I
like
think.
actually date them
Well,
and
let's see.
marry
It's
them
too
and
early.
shit?
It's too early, I think, because we only date 2 months by now, or 1.5 months, and well, I don't know. I only can say I really like her, and I have, or if I want to let's draw a conclusion all over her, what with all of the dates I had over there, right? So it seems like really in the West you have to hunt these women, right? You have to constantly like you have to do them favors, and you have to run after them, and like but over there they are doing it for you basically. So they are running after you, right? So which is kind of pleasant, you know what I mean? Because in the West you are just constantly, you are really forced. I think even Chat is forced to a certain extent to just take her bullshit and like accept her flaking, and constantly try to do her favors and keep her happy. You know what I mean, Mystery?
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, and then sooner or later this is just a bad situation. I mean, you will constantly have to perform, right? And you're constantly you are like on a contract, right? You are like on a short-term contract with the women in the West. That's so annoying. While over there, the females, even the educated ones who have their own money, they just really treat you very well. Yeah, they write you. They want to impress you to a certain extent. I feel like, yeah.
Do you think JBW is playing a factor in that?
It does. It does. I mean, I'm an average looking white guy, beginning of my 40s. I'm bald. FaceM LMS rated me a 4.5 or a 5. Yeah. So I guess probably over there I'm a 6 probably. Yeah. I
Wow.
would say I cannot get a really hot chick. I dated one hot chick. Wow, that girl was so hot. It's unbelievable. But we only had one date. After this she didn't answer me, or like after the first date she answered me like for a week, and then on the second and on the third week she didn't answer. She didn't even take care to answer me back anymore. So you cannot really get the really hot chicks, because that girl, I would say, was also a lot younger than me, so that's also a factor, right? She was like end of her 20s. I'm in the big beginning of my 40s. She was like 28 or something, so that's like 15 or 17 years of age difference. So that's probably maybe also a reason, but at least she agreed to have a first date with me, and she was really hot and slim and cute, like I would say a 7 or probably 8. Yeah, I couldn't get that one. Yeah,
Okay.
so it helps probably. Your market value is raised by 1.5, 2 points. Yeah.
Wow. So would you say that would any man have as much luck as you're having, or do you think
Yeah,
JBW
yeah, yeah,
would
yeah,
do you think
yeah.
JBW kind of affects that market very?
Absolutely. I'm also here. I also want to tell the boyos here that Thailand is really the solution. Is still the solution in my opinion, or in my opinion, is still the best place to geomax, because Jack is geomaxing in Spain right now. Yeah, but I still believe that Thailand is still like, is it hasn't changed that much. Yeah, also it got like the life standard went up, and they got industrialized even more, but still like it's still the place where people went to geomax, like even like many centuries ago. So anyways, is I saw, to answer your question, is in short, I saw black man, yeah, African man, I saw Arab man living there, being married to typhoids and having children. Yeah. So probably just going there, finding a job over there, and just staying there for good. Yeah. So it's not a just be white game. Of course, just be white, being from the West, white skin and the money, right, is helpful. But I saw a lot of black people, Africans, Arabs doing very good over there. Yeah, meaning being married, having kids, staying there forever. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Saw in the metro, in the public transport, saw a lot of young black guys, yeah, having cute Thai girlfriends in the same age range, like beginning of their 20s. Yeah. I don't know how they got there. Probably study over there, or they are Africans or African Americans picking up a job over there, right? So young guys in their 20s, doesn't matter. I saw, as I said, I saw black guy, Arab guys in their 20s, in their 30s, in their 40s, having a girlfriend, a local girlfriend, or being married to local foids and having kids when they are older. Yeah, works.
Subjective.
Yeah, I'm just interested listening to a boy there talking about Thailand.
Yeah.
It just seems like a paradise when it comes to the quality of the ladies in Thailand.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say that it, because there's a bit of a trope that, you know, like
Yes.
the anti-Geomax lobby, they say that the only type of woman that a Geomaxer can get is a overweight single mother, and the good-looking younger type ladies, you know, in the 20 to 30
Mm-hmm.
range, want nothing to do with foreigners. Is that correct?
No, you can get both. So, for example, as I said before, so the one girl which I then stick with, yeah, and probably, let's see, plan to also continue this when the next time I visit. She is doing good. She her English is perfect. She was born in Bangkok. She has a university education, and she has her own company, and she has a car. And having a car for Thailand standards is a big thing. Yeah, because usually most people there only have a scooter, or they
Right.
just walk by foot. So I could get that girl. I date. So okay, let's call them. Let's differentiate, because let's call those women like sophisticated women. Okay, for a lack
Yeah.
of a better word, you can get those. You can get those. I think even as a black or an Arab guy. Yeah, yeah, you can get those, and you can, or you decide to go for the slim, much younger, yeah, uneducated girl from the province, but that would mean that that one will rely on your wallet much more, and give you much more of a headache, yeah, on a daily basis. Yeah.
Right. 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 Yeah, it's interesting to me because there's a lot of people out there who say that you go geomaxing in Asia and you're only getting the ladies who all the other Thai guys don't want. But I always thought that was a bit
Nah.
of deceptive language, because I've never actually gone to Asia, but I've done quite a bit of online game speaking to
Mhm.
ladies in the
Mhm.
Far East, and the quantity of women that were interested was astounding, and the
Yes,
quality of the women that were interested was astounding too.
exactly.
And they range in, you know, there's different types. You speak to
Mhm.
some that are single mothers and all that, you know,
Mhm.
and a bit older. You speak to ladies that are younger and definitely very attractive,
Mhm.
and you speak to ladies that are educated and have got money and doing pretty well with their lives, and you speak to some that are dirt poor. So I
Mhm.
suppose, is that the same thing as you go over there? You're met with a range of different opportunities.
Yes, you have. I mean, like, the funny thing is also, like, probably it's pushed by the West, like all of this Thailand sex tourist thing, right? Or
Yeah,
those white men, those loser white men, they go over there, they pick up a poor countryside girl, right? And then they provide for her, sim for her, especially financially, and her whole family. Yeah, I mean, look, if you are a fucking loser in your own country, yeah, and you show up, and you look like you wear a potato sack, yeah, you are dressed like shit, yeah, and you are a heavy drinker, yeah, and a heavy smoker, and you are generally not very social, Do not expect those educated females over there to date you. You know what I mean? I mean,
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
still
yeah, yeah.
females. Yeah. So there's, I mean, to tell you the truth, there's a lot of foreigners going over there who are just real losers. Yeah. And they dress like shit. They go to drink beer every day in the bars. And so what do they get? Of course, they pick up one of these bar girls, yeah, or if they are not interested in the bar girls, they pick up a low quality woman with bad English skills, yeah, who has a shitty job, and therefore this woman will give them a headache because these women will rely on the Westerners' wallets, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it doesn't. Uh, Asian culture it does interest me
Mm.
to a certain degree due to the fact I like Filipino stick fighting and all that, and certain things about Japan too. But I've been geomaxing in Spain for the last
Mm.
few months, and I'm pretty happy with the results I've had. So I don't think I'd go to Asia, but it's
No,
just
you don't.
interesting to me how it operates out there. And I've always thought it was nonsense when people were saying that the guys who go over there only get the bottom off the barrel, and it's not really worth it because all you're going to
Yeah.
be met with is overweight
Yeah.
single mothers. I
Let
thought that
let
was
yeah.
nonsense.
Let me address this. So lithium, it's not true. Black dudes, I saw young black dudes, yeah, average looking young black dudes. I don't know if they were Africans or US or African Americans, yeah. I don't know, but they had at least looks matched girlfriends. So it's not true what you write that black dudes in Thailand are getting scraps. It's no. It's almost as good as for the white guy, and it's the same for the Arab guy. Yeah. If you get the scraps, I mean, if you go for the low education, low quality woman, let's call them that, yeah, then it's probably because yourself are a low quality male, yeah. So what I saw, I cannot tell you. I mean, just be white may still be better, yeah. Of course, it's probably the best, yeah. But I saw a lot of black and Arab brown guys doing very, very well, and at least having a looks match, yeah. So, and Jack, what you in your case, yeah, you are the thing for you is because you are a tall Nordic guy, right? So that works very well in Spain for you because you are rare
Well,
over there.
you see my photo. You know what I look like, don't you? So you
Yeah.
know, uh, it doesn't work well for me in England. It
Mm.
doesn't work well for me in England. So
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah, because you are nothing special in England, but in Spain you are because the average Spanish man is like has darker skin than you, has black hair, and is also a lot smaller than you, right?
typically, yeah. I've what I did was I did an analysis of different. It sounds really cynical, and actually,
Mm.
the reason why Geomax in Spain was down to Jack Nickelback.
Yeah.
It was down to Jack Nickelback. He said on a live show one time, try and find places where they uh, sell a lot of skin whitening. Yeah, Uh, and that's what Jack Nickelback said. And uh, I looked at places in Europe where it's sold, and it's sold quite heavily in the south of Spain. So I thought this is going to be a place where I can do JVW, and it has worked. It has worked for me. So I'm not going to go to Asia and spend loads of money when I can do geomaxing a lot closer to home. But
Yes.
I think geomaxing in Southern Europe is okay for guys who are closer to blonde, I think, and it's probably harder for other guys. But Spanish culture is yeah. Have you learnt the language? That's important when you go to a new country. Have you learnt the language, the Thai language?
Yeah, I'm trying. I bought 2 books, and my the girl I'm dating, let's call her my girlfriend, is helping me a lot, like with the pronunciation. So I know some basics by now. Probably not as good as Maddie can because Maddie is over there for his third time, I believe. Yeah, but you can learn it. Yeah, you can learn every language, especially Spanish, Jack, because that's an easy to learn language.
Yeah, I started learning Spanish in early January, and
Mhm.
I've got to the point. I've got to the point now where I can speak. I can hold a conversation for about 1 or 2 hours, and
Nice.
yeah, it's because I practice every day using Duolingo. It's a free app, and
Mhm.
I was pretty bad to begin with. I think I was under average when it comes to my learning capacity, but I just did it more than you're meant to do. They say you're meant to study 15 minutes a day. I do about an hour a day, and I've got to the point now where I can speak okay for about an hour, 2 hours. But I have to constantly refer to Google Translate if if I don't know a word or I don't know a sentence or a phrase. But I think it's very important when you go to a new country to at least learn the language or be in the process of learning it, because it can obviously be a bit of a problem, particularly I suppose in Thailand. I mean, not every Thai person's anywhere near
Oh,
speaking English, are they?
absolutely correct. Yeah. The thing is, even the Spanish and the Italians and the French are not good in English. Yeah. But like they are good enough. Yeah. But the average Thai person is just like he really knows hello, goodbye, how are you, and that's it. Yeah. So
So
it's
yeah,
really
yeah, yeah,
bad, super bad actually, on average.
yeah. It's um, yeah. I do like Spain as well. I think it's a great country. I do like
Hmm.
Spain as a great country, but the thing is, uh, one of the things that I that I do on my channel is that I try to be as honest as possible when it comes to a guy's sexual market value. And I think the black pill for me is not so much being the type of person who has a mind frame that life is completely hopeless and it's over and you're close to suicide because you've got no options further in your life. But it's to see the parts of your life which affect outcomes which are outside of your control. That, to me, that is what the black pill is. That is totally, to me, what the black pill is. It's the parts of your life that affect outcomes that are outside of your control. And when you can see the things inside your control, which you can then do to get better outcomes, then it's always of the utmost importance that you do it. And for a lot of guys, I mean, you say you go to Thailand and you see, white guys over there, Arab guys over there,
Yeah,
you see black guys over there. They're obviously leaving where they're living for
they
a
do.
reason,
They
and
do.
there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. In England, you're either the types of on my channel. I do discuss this a lot. I do discuss this a lot, and it's very difficult for me to go into absolute detail. But I've analysed the English
Yeah.
population like in a almost academic setting now. I've analysed them to death, and I'm going to keep on analysing them because I'll be rejected by these people. So I want to
Yes,
actually know every single thing about them, and I want to
Jack.
find out the reasons why they rejected me. But
Jack, they
essentially, to
even
be
they even will
successful,
reject you. They even will reject you when you meet most of them in Spain or in Thailand. When you meet your own people in a foreign country, even then they will reject you, Jack. That's the sad thing.
yeah. But I'm not so much rejected by English men. If I meet
Yes.
working class English guys, I'm pretty. I have a certain rapport with them, and but English women have rejected me totally. And what I've worked out is that there's only certain types of English guys who succeed within the Anglo world. You've obviously got the rich guys; they succeed because of money and power. You've got the middle classes, ranging from the upper class to the lower middle class. They succeed through being normies and being neurotypical and being a little bit above average in looks. It's just like kind of like a looks match. And then we've got this this huge mass of sub fives, and these sub fives they link up with other English sub fives, and it's some sort of neurotypical uh, uh, gravitational force that pulls them together, and you've got to make the right noises even amongst them types of people. And I've assessed the Anglo population, and there really is no space for me within the Anglo world. But as when you realise that you are a reject and you have been rejected by a whole population pool, it kind of gives you a sense of freedom because you realise that you're no longer obligated to these people whatsoever, and then you become almost like an individualistic scavenger, and you're released from the bonds of nationhood, and you could just go off and be an individualistic person who goes your own way. And when you go your own way, you can often find that you can find some things that members of your former tribe would never even dream of. So in a way, being kicked out of the tribe can actually be good because you could join another better one, can't you?
Yeah, makes sense. It's just like becoming a freelancer in the working environment. So you'll double and triple your income, right? And do the same shit. You see? Yeah. Just because you had the guts, just because you had the guts to make your own company, yeah, or become a freelancer, and then you charge your fucking company double or triple the amount, but do the same work. You see? Yeah.
Yeah. Do you consider yourself a German reject?
I consider myself a Western reject because it's all the same shit everywhere in the West.
Yeah. I consider myself an Anglo reject, and it doesn't really bother me. To be successful with the Anglos, I'd have to change so many things about myself, and I'd have to make so many compromises. I think the best I could do with the Anglos is a woman that's ridiculously sub 5, like an extreme sub 5. I think I could get one of them amongst the Anglos, and I think if I work my ass off and presented myself as a total simp and was totally beholden to a female who had every single card in her favour, I think I could probably pick up a low tier Becky in England, but it would be after an extraordinary amount of effort. I'd have to probably plug away on a dating site for about 3 months until I met a low tier Becky, and that's the limits of my capacity in the Anglo world. But I go down to the Mediterranean, and I'm a Chad. It's like I change environment, and the same thing when it comes to Thailand. I go from being this non-NT loser who has nothing going for him to being this guy that's actually seen as a high value Chad, and it's amazing how you get treated according
Yes.
to a different population's perception. And I've just found myself integrating myself more into Spanish culture and ways and customs to the point now, Ava, that I actually consider myself to be more Spanish than English.
Yeah, it works for you. I mean, you have the genetics for it, right? You are this tall Nordic type guy, yeah. So I tried Spain and Portugal. I was there 2 months in Malaga in the south, and 1 month in Lisbon, and tried the dating apps and also tried like the day game or cold approach, how you call it. It didn't work for me. Yeah. I'm maybe because I'm just the average white guy, and I'm 40 something now, in my early 40s. I'm balding. Yeah, I cut my hair short. Yeah, so I mean, you have the benefit because you are tall and you look probably even more Nordic than me as an Englishman. Yeah, so that's the total opposite of the Spanish gene. Yeah.
There is that Spanish dynamic. I think it's like opposites attract. That's probably the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Opposites attract. The thing is, I actually saw today, and it did hit me quite hard, Ebo. I've accepted now totally that I'm an Anglo reject, and I don't feel any envy if I see men and women walking down the road and they're living their life and they're having a great time. I don't feel envious. I'm happy for them. I don't hate the Anglos, but I fully accept I'm a reject, and I have absolutely no feelings of affection for them. But I have no hatred. I'm completely indifferent. But I was driving down the road, and I reckon I saw the prettiest, most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life today. This woman was absolutely stunning. I've never, I mean, I've been to Moscow city centre and I've seen some of the most horrendously beautiful women in my life in Moscow. But this woman was unreal. I can't even put it. She had this long blonde hair, chiseled features. She was wearing sunglasses. She had the perfect figure. You know, like when you've got absolute evolutionary perfection in every single way. Yeah. This person was absolutely stunning, and I've always said that Anglo women weren't attractive, but I tell you something, this woman was more attractive than any woman I've ever seen in Russia. Couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that, and that the Anglos could produce such a perfect specimen. I really couldn't, you know. But as I say, as an Anglo reject, I took a look at her. I realised that she would probably see me as a dysgenic incel loser, and I just left it at that, you know. And being an Anglo reject it's actually a good thing, as you say. When you're rejected, you become a freelancer. You're not just beholden to one set of opportunities. You've got, it's almost like you get kicked out of the tribe and then you get offered the world. Do you like that, Ayoba? Do you like that one?
Hello, do you hear me?
Yeah. Do you like this? Do you like this saying? When you're a reject and you get kicked
Uh-huh.
out of the tribe, you get offered the world. Do you like that one?
Makes sense because you're forced to explore the world. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like they kick you out. They kick you out of a house, and then you get thrown into a mansion.
Because you were
Leave them
living
to
in
it,
a,
you
yeah,
know.
you were living in a microcosm before, and then you go you go to see the whole world. Yeah.
Yeah. And you know, it's funny because I often wonder when I'm geomaxing down in Spain whether the people realise that I am this reject. And I just don't think they do. I don't think they realise that I'm a reject. I think they think I'm a high tier individual back in my home country, and it's kind of strange how warped their perception is. And I think also part of the reason is that when I do come into contact with English people in Spain, I'm not treated with disrespect by English men. So I'm not looked at as a lower tier man when it comes to my interrelations with the English guys that I come into contact with in Spain. So there is that element to it,
Yeah.
but
I think
I
you
say I
yeah.
prefer the Spanish culture. Sorry, mate.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I think the Western European or the American culture is just so, it's just so individualistic, yeah, and therefore is just fucking unfriendly. Yeah, it's antisocial actually. Yeah. I mean, just look at our society when like, I mean, you can. It's, everyone has a choice. I want to say, but if abortion is promoted in a big fashion in media, and everything is promoted, and people were raised to be individualistic, very individualistic. So while in Asian countries, their whole culture is based on respect, yeah, and the Spanish, I feel like the Southern Europeans is also is somewhere in the middle. Yeah, they are more respect based society than the Northern Western Europeans and the Americans, because those are, or the Anglosphere. Yeah, those people are just egoistic, and they would just kill each other to get ahead in life. Yeah, to get a better social standing. Yeah, that's so bad about the West. Yeah.
Yeah. I'd say so. I mean, I was in Germany a little while ago, and you've got so many things against you when it comes to the dating market there. It's particularly in northern Germany. I mean, I'm a fairly tall guy, but in northern Germany, I would say I'm somewhere approaching average. There's nothing extraordinary about my height in northern Germany. And secondly, I'm not being I'm a straight male, but I would say German males are very good looking guys, right?
I would say on average, they are among the better looking. Yeah, yeah, I think so.
They're
You're
better
right.
than, the average German is
Yeah,
much taller and better looking than the average
I
English guy.
agree. I
Yeah.
agree. I agree.
So you've got that. you've got people that are taller than the average English guy. They're better looking than the average English guy. And then thirdly, I would say that their characters and their IQ is slightly higher than the average English guy. So you've got these they've got this industrious characters. They're pretty well organized. They're the only thing I'd say about Germans, which is disadvantage, is they're as boring as fuck.
Yeah, because
And
that's the other side of the coin, right? Because your attention is so much on the detail, you end up like annoying people with your details, right? So that's how you describe
Yeah.
German. On the one side, they can plan everything, and they plan everything, and they are reliable as fuck and everything. But on the other side, when they get like they annoy you because of details, right?
yes, yeah. And all these things come together to make the German males very high tier on average when it comes to how you compare them to the Anglos. And I looked at the German people for quite strong detail for when I was over there, and I come to the conclusion that if I put my best effort into getting a German woman over in Germany, I think it would be highly unlikely that I will succeed within the course of 1 year. I think I might be lucky if I put in a full-time effort 7 days a week. I might be lucky to get a couple of dates within a year because the competition is so fierce, and you're competing against such a high tier caliber of men. I was looking at some of the matchups there, and you've got like 6'7" blonde dudes who look like literal Vikings walking down the road with very attractive women. And if you're a guy who doesn't approach somewhere near that type of standards, you're almost seen as a subhuman by these women. And that kind of dating market is just extraordinarily difficult to break into. And I can understand why Germans who haven't got them types of characteristics are frustrated, because I couldn't see for myself any inroads that I could make if I tried to get with a German woman. And do you think that the German dating market is probably a lot harder than it is in other places in Europe?
I mean, I have some experience in Eastern Europe, and I would say yes. Even the Eastern European women, like coming for work over to Western Europe, or probably also England and Spain, right? They are easier to date. Yeah, I don't know. I cannot compare the average German woman or my experience with American girls or with English girls or whatever, because I never dated them. But I can say that, like, compared to the Eastern European girls here in Germany or in the West, the Eastern European girls are easier to date. And I also believe that, like, what you say is true, because like this, I mean, German women, they are just cold. I mean, probably it's because of the competition, because if you're just the average guy, they give you nothing, you know what I mean? They give you no benefit of the doubt. It's so bad.
Well, yeah. I mean, in Germany, the German women have got a great pool of men to select from. They've got guys who are uniformly tall, uniformly good looking, uniformly industrious, uniformly high IQ. And because the market standard for the men is so high, you've got to bring something very special to the table to even be noticed. And because of that, because they've got so many different offers, they probably do develop a rather uh, uh, difficult attitude towards people who haven't got a substantial measure of a standard deviation above the norm. If you're
Yeah.
just an average guy, they've seen it so many times before. They're not even going to put you into consideration. But uh, that makes the German dating pool very, very difficult. And I don't know what type of German guys could succeed unless you were a total giga chad. Because I'd say that the standard in even the poorer parts of Germany is approaching Chad. So you've got to be some form of giga Chad to even be noticed. But when I was over in Eastern Europe, in Russia, uh, it's definitely not looks in Russia. It's about how masculine you are, how wealthy you are, and your age as well. Russian women like to go with guys who are a little bit older than them. So the prime age for a guy who was geomaxing in Russia would probably be somewhere between 30 and 45. But you've got to be
I
masculine and have
yeah,
money.
I
Yeah.
agree. I
Uh,
agree. Yeah.
but that kind of that. But the Russian women are much more accommodating to men because their average is much lower. They're not, the Russian women aren't faced, haven't got a huge pool of tall, good-looking, intelligent, rich guys to choose from. So if you come into the nation and you appear to be slightly higher status because you come from a higher country, they're immediately interested in you because you go right above the standard that they're used to. And I would say, yeah, women in Eastern Europe are far easier to go on dates with and to get to know. But the problem is with Russian women is that you have to have a good bank account after you start dating them for them to continue to be interested. They are very interested in what resources that you can offer them because they're a very traditional culture and they think the men should be able to provide for them for their whole life.
Yes.
So you've got to have your finances in order before you go to Eastern Europe. But Eastern Europe is a good place to go to geomax if you're not a good-looking guy. If you're not a good-looking guy, go to Russia because looks mean absolutely nothing over there.
Yeah. I
It's all about the money and the masculinity.
I would say yes. Yes. It's like yeah, yeah, yeah. But probably Asia is still even easier if you are Westerner or if you are white. So it's still easier. Yeah. So I definitely agree that like Eastern European women, I dated Russians, I dated Romanians, and so on. Either over there or here in Western Europe, and I have to say you are right. The man has to have money and has to be masculine. That's definitely true. And then it's like it's different. The way they wait. They 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 consider different attributes to be more valuable, which makes sense because they are still poorer than the Western Europeans and the North Europeans. Yeah, and the society
Yeah,
is still more traditional. Yeah, and more family based. While the West, as I said it before, is just like every person in the West is just an individual and so atomized. Yeah, that like is there is no basically no one here in the West. No one tells you anything. You are free to do whatever you like to do. Yeah, there's no religion is not working here. While Eastern European is still because of the Orthodox Church is still more religious. Yeah, then you have the bigger
yeah,
family. Yeah, the kids stay with the parents until they marry. Yeah, or they move out with 40. Yeah, and this is also similar to the South because the Spanish and the Italian kids they also stay longer at home. While in the West or in the US, you are forced to leave whenever you finish your high school or your uni. You are kicked out by your parents, basically. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a lot different. I would say if I had money and I had no uh, success in Southern Europe, that would be my next port of call, Russia or the former Soviet countries. But one thing I will say, Russian women uh, ha- do not place as much demand on looks. I would say looks is a secondary factor for Russian women. They don't. In fact, if you were some sort of giga chad and you were overly concerned about how you looked, I think a Russian woman would find that rather disconcerting and would actually be turned off by it. Especially if the guy was always do his hair and he had facial cream and he had really expensive clothes. And he was and he was always preening himself and making sure that he looked as pretty as possible. I think a Russian woman because they respect masculinity so much, they would find that type of guy off-putting, and they might not even meet that guy again. But one thing that Russian women really, really do like, and it's something it's a basic requirement and something that they expect of you. And if you don't offer this, then they will have absolutely no interest in you at all. Is you've got to be able to fight. Russian women expect a man to defend them every
Yes.
single opportunity. So if you're walking down the road with a Russian chick and some guy punches her, pushes her or something, you've got to be able to
Or
fight.
grabs her ass.
And this is something that they really respect in a man. So this is when I was in St. Petersburg, and I saw a mismatch when it comes to looks that you wouldn't see in a Western
Yes.
country. I saw this really hot young Russian girl. She was about 28, 29, and she was with a dude about 41, 42. And he was just a giant guy with massive hands, massive shoulders. He wasn't facially attractive. And the only thing that he had going for him is that he looked like he could just kick the shit out of anyone in the street. And this Russian girl was all over him. And it was because she respected masculinity. And that is something that Russian women really admire in a man over what he looks like. It's just a cultural standard that they have. But the thing about Russian women is that they have this intense respect for men who are strong and masculine, but they're also quite aggressive themselves, and it can be quite difficult because Russian women aren't feminists, but they are quite spontaneous when it comes to how aggressive they can be. So that'll be a factor for guys who go over there. You've got to respect
Yeah.
that they do go crazy every now and again,
And
and it can be quite
Asian women,
unexpected.
yeah. And Asian women can be clingy, too clingy. Yeah. So yeah.
I've heard that. Yeah, is that true? That Asian women are really
It
clingy,
is,
is it?
it is, it is. I talked with a lot of phalanx, yeah, with a lot of white guys over there, yeah, and from different countries. A lot of Russians in Thailand, a lot of Russian boyos in our age in Thailand right now. You can take a guess why that is, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they are all dodging the war, basically, yeah. So
Can't blame you.
yeah, and exactly why you want to fight for the elites when they give a shit about you in this time of age, in this age right now, yeah, we live in. So anyways, so I talked to different people like from Russia, from Israel, from France, from Germany, and such, and they all said, like, ask them, do you have a girlfriend, do you want, you are in Thailand, do you want to date, or do you just want to have fun? And the most said, like, yeah, I tried to have a girlfriend here, but they were too clingy. And it's true, because mine, the girl I dated, she also does this, because they just write you, like, it goes like this: where are you? And you answer, I'm playing basketball, yeah. And then they ask you, who are you playing with, yeah. Like, what is this kind of question? You don't know what I mean? Isn't it enough to
Yeah.
answer your point that you are playing soccer or basketball, yeah? And then they ask you, like, who you are playing with, and can you send me a picture, when will you be home, like all of these annoying questions, yeah. But if they ask you, like, who are you playing with basketball, you should probably answer, I'm playing with Michael Jordan, yeah. I mean,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I've heard this myself that Asian women they even say it to you, don't they? Even say it to you that they're very clingy. They tend to want to know everything about you and love bomb you.
Yes.
I think they see it as a way of heavily investing themselves in you, so you can see that you're going to be well cared for over a long period of time. But that's something we're not used to because we're brought up in
Yes.
the feminist West, where men are seen as something to be competed against rather than
And where
as
we have to
something.
do everything, for the void. We have to constantly impress her, and it will not be enough, yeah.
Yeah, and I think the roles are reversed, where the woman in Asia actually sees that she's got to show herself to you, that she's this person who can be a good factor in your life,
Yeah, but
and
they do the same,
because
they do the same to their local men, yeah. It's just like the market over there, it's a more even market, because there is less feminism. There is no rules that force men to even pay for children, yeah. The men there just can leave, yeah. So if they don't want to pay, they just don't, yeah. There's no law like regulating what is it called in English, child support, yeah,
yeah,
alimony,
child
right?
payment, yeah,
Yeah. So the man over there, another thing is so funny, right? You hear this especially in the Western media, that, like, all of these white men going there and they just want to have fun and sleep with different young women. Yeah, it might be true, but the Asian men are even worse. Yeah, there's so many single moms in Thailand, in Philippines, or wherever you look. And keep in mind, Philippines is one of the very last Christian Catholic countries. At least they pretend to be. Yeah, but there's probably a higher number of single moms in Southeast Asia than in the West, I believe. Yeah, and that should tell you that the men over there, they just do what they want. Yeah, and so the blame on the white guys, okay, I can understand all of these retired old guys. Of course, many of them just go there. They were married before, they had kids in the West, they got divorced. Now they go, when they retire, they go to Thailand. They just don't want to have a girlfriend, they just want to have different women. I understand that. Yeah, but with the local men, it's even worse. They are even a greater piece of shit. Yeah.
Yeah. What a question I've got to ask you is
Yeah.
that as there is this significant influx of men going into Thailand,
Mhm.
obviously this is impacting on the dating market within that country. Do Thai guys look at foreigners with Thai women with a level of disgust, or are they open to it and don't have much of a problem?
I don't know. It's very, their culture is very based on respect. So they will never most, so it's like they will never show your disgust directly. You see. So I mean, I think it's natural sometime, but then again, I think like the Thai people, they are just like, they are just careless. You know what I mean, Jack? They just live day by
Right.
day. It's like their mentality, and the Filipinos are the same in a kind of way. Yeah, so I think of course it's only natural for a guy to say like, oh shit, this foreigner is having a girlfriend, why don't I have one, right? So in that sense, yeah, it's yeah, it's logical, it's normal. Yeah, but on the other side, they don't show it. You know, it's a big no-no to be loud in Thailand. Yeah, it's this society based on respect and politeness. So one time I was like a little loud because I was making a joke. Yeah, and
Yeah.
those two women, at those two waitresses, were like looking at me like, oh, this guy is gonna get angry now, and they were shocked. You know what I mean? And I realized, oh, okay, probably I shouldn't raise my voice that high when I try to make a joke. You know, so
Right.
it's
Right.
kind of
Oh, so
totally not allowed to get loud or show some negative traits over there.
that's I suppose that's a good thing.
Yeah.
When it comes to integrating yourself into the Thai culture, so you've got to remember certain things. One of them being that you can't be too loud, and you've got to have good manners. I presume, all times or as much as you can possibly manage. Uh, the other question I'd like to ask you about Thailand is that uh, what's it like when you get more serious with a Thai woman? Do they often try to get you to meet the family straight away, or do they delay that? Because I've heard that part of Thai culture is if you get a Thai woman, they expect you to start paying for the
Yeah.
upkeep of the older members of their family. Is that something you've got to be aware of straight away, or can you avoid that?
You can avoid it by dating a Foyt who has education and a well-paying job. Yeah.
Oh,
So yeah, you can avoid that. Uh, don't or yeah, tattoos. So Thailand is a very traditional culture. If you date a Foyt who has a lot of tattoos, she may have worked as a bar girl or as a hooker before. Yeah, or at least she's not considered to be a high quality foid. Yeah. So chicks with tattoos over there is a big no-no because all of their parents don't want their kids to have tattoos. It's a very traditional culture. Tattoos are still considered to be for gangsters. Yeah. For inmates. Yeah. For criminals. So you can see like, I'm not saying that every girl over there who has tattoos, probably not the young ones, is like a bad pig. Yeah, but in general
yeah,
they are. Yeah, and this is also the first question like every foreigner over there asks you when you talk about your girlfriend. and something negative, the first thing the other white dudes over there will ask you, does she have tattoos? Because the chance is pretty high for her to be either low class, which will mean she will just suck your wallet dry, yeah, or she worked in the bar or as a hooker before, yeah. And
Right.
so yeah. So what was the question again?
Well, just about the family issue. Are you
Yeah,
expected to
yeah.
start?
So if she's so many, there's many foids coming from the countryside, which have low education and also very low English skills, and they go to the big cities, right? Especially Bangkok, Chiang Mai, Pattaya, Phuket, whatever, and get a shitty job, and it doesn't pay enough for a comfortable life. So they will look for a boyfriend. And I got this story from the girl I dated, and because she worked in a factory, her first job was in a factory, and she was educated, she studied, so she got a manager position in the factory. And all of these countryside girls, because they had no university, bad education, and no English skills, they had to do the manual labor in the factory. And she said that like these girls, they were like basically fucking all of the managers and all of the engineers, yeah. And whenever an engineer came in, yeah, a local engineer, a Thai engineer, or a Thai manager, an educated guy, they were all fighting for him, yeah, they were all fighting for his attention, yeah.
Right.
So that's the different. And the sad thing is that really many Westerners who go there, they end up with one of these bar girls or one of these low level girls, just because they decide to go for the youngest, best looking, slimmest girl they can get. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the trade-off they make, which in the end will give them a daily headache, and will suck their wallets dry. Yeah.
Right. So you've basically got to select from more educated, more career-focused women
Yes.
who have a mode of behaviour. So you're not going to get these pathological traits that you find in the Thai lower classes. Yeah.
Exactly, and the Thai lower class girls will even rely on their own men. They will even try to suck the wallets of their own men dry, and they are hypergamous in a sense that, as I said, all of these manual labor factory girls coming from the countryside with low education, they all aimed for the engineers and for the managers in the factory. Yeah. And it was kind of like a deal. She said, she described it was kind of like Hollywood. Everyone was fucking everyone. Yeah.
It
And the guy just
sounds
took
like it.
turns, and the guys who had a good job just took turns on the lower educated manual laborer works girls. Yeah.
Yeah. One of the things that one of the reasons why guys go over there as well is because a lot of guys are attracted towards ladies in Thailand. They've got a certain look to them. They've got pleasant
Yes.
features. They've got nice figures, and they've got a reputation for being quite open when it comes to what they'll do with a man if they're with him. So a lot of guys go over there because they're essentially sexually attracted towards these ladies, and I don't really have much. My type, my type isn't Asian. Yeah, I don't mind Asian women. I
Mm.
think I think I find them attractive. If I see a Thai woman walking down the street and she's attractive, I would obviously be attracted towards her. But they're not really that. They're not really my type. Uh, and I think that's one of the stumbling blocks that would be there for me if I went over there. They're just not. They don't really do it for me that much. Uh,
Yeah.
do you find them attractive?
Yeah, but I have to say, I discovered this. I was not considering this before. So the gene pool in Thailand is very wide. Yeah, it's very widespread. Yeah, you
Yeah,
have your light-skinned Chinese-looking type of Thai girl with probably a Chinese grandfather or a half Chinese
right.
father, mother, whatever. You have your very brown dark girl. Sometimes some Thai men and Thai women, they are even they are can be as dark as African people. Yeah. So there's also like a very very dark black skinned Thai people, especially in the south. Those in the north have a little lighter skin. There's like everything between, because Thailand had constantly a war with their neighboring countries. So basically,
Yeah.
also there is no real Thailand. Thailand is a mix of all of the nations around Thailand. Yeah. So you'll
All
have
right. So you've
Chinese
got different
dudes.
phenotypes.
Yes, you have Vietnamese phenotype, you have Chinese phenotype, you have Malaysian phenotype, and so on and so on. You have Indian phenotype. It's like the diversity is great over there. Yeah, you can
Yeah.
find a
Yeah.
light skinned girl, you can find a dark skinned girl, and anything in between.
I think if I went over there and I was doing geomaxing, I think the type of woman I would go for would be the dark-skinned, uh,
Mhm.
uh, sort of dark-skinned Thai
Yeah,
girl, who was.
yeah,
Admittedly, I'd probably go for one who was a member of the lower classes of all tattoos,
yeah. I don't
even
check
after all the
check.
war.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I had dark skinned girlfriends. I had light skinned Chinese or Asian girlfriends. I really don't care. If I like the girl, if the girl is attractive, like the skin tone is not important. Yeah. So it was no
Yeah,
one
yeah.
was saying, no one just wrote Medican was saying how nice they smell. That's true. That's true. I totally agree. Yeah, that's also my experience. I really like how my Thai girlfriend or the girl I'm dating smells. Yeah, and it seems like that in Thailand, like clean being like be having clean clothes, being clean. Yeah, taking how you call it a deodorant, right? How you call that one?
Deodorant.
To,
That's the English
yeah,
word. Yeah, deodorant.
yeah, to smell better. It's like it seems like it's wells to them. So a person who wears clean clothes and has a clean haircut and smells well is like, that's, I think that's high status in Asia. Yeah, and I had this
Oh, great.
observation with Filipinos and with Thai people. Yeah, because
So
of
you've got a
course,
girlfriend out there now,
yeah.
mate.
Hmm?
So do you have a girlfriend out in Thailand now?
Yeah, I ended up, or I decided to date one, and that one is kind of an exception over there, because I was filtering for foids who are not younger than 10 years than me, because
Yeah.
I heard, because it should be clear, but all of the other white guys over there said like, the Thai girls are especially annoying when they are under 30, or until 30 they are even more clingy than those who are 30 and older. Yeah. So and drama, there's drama and clinginess until they seem to be like, until they reach their 30, and then they change a little bit. So this girl I'm dating, she has a car, which is a big deal over there. Yeah, talks perfect English. She has a university education, and yeah, so she's kind of the exception over there.
No, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, and
I'm glad.
I filtered for that, because I don't want to end up with some uneducated poor void, because it would mean that I would have take care of her financially, and that will just harm the relationship. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm glad that you're the same as me in that sense that you've been rejected from your own tribe, and
Hmm.
rather than spend the rest of your life trying to gain readmission back into your tribe, you've decided to have some self-respect and um, re- let them have that state of rejection, but don't accept it and actually leave and go somewhere else where you can have a better way of life. I think one of the worst things you can do after being a societal reject is to continually try to get readmitted into the tribe that rejected you.
Oh,
It's
that's like a
pathetic.
simp move.
It's
That's a pity
pathetic.
move.
Pitiful. It's
Yes.
pitiful.
Yes.
Yeah. It's got no self-respect.
Yes.
It's like you're like a dog, like a spaniel that gets kicked, and then you go back and lick your tormentor's boots.
Yes.
Because you've got a possibility of one day getting some form of affection. It's one of the worst, most despicable, lowly acts that a man can do. When you've been rejected and they've told you explicitly they want nothing to do with you, trying to gain readmission is just it's just a very despicable way of behaviour. But one of the good things about being rejected is that after a period of time, once the hatred goes, once the fin of disgust goes, once all the grief goes, you can actually see your previous tribal group from a purely objective position, and you can start to see that being rejected by these people was not actually a bad thing at all, because you don't just see their strengths and all the things that they offer you. You also see their weaknesses, and
you
because
see,
you've seen it from an objective viewpoint, these weaknesses become glaringly obvious to you, and then you realise that you probably would have been better. You actually were. They did you a favour by rejecting
yes,
you. They didn't
and you
actually reject you. Huh?
and you see, Jack, you were talking about all of these phases, right? The anger phase, and then
Yeah.
the acceptance phase. But what is really the final phase? Yeah, the final phase is just action. Yeah, taking action. Yeah,
Yes.
which many people can't do. They just like never take the last step because it's the hardest. They keep like geomax. They talk about theory geomax. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
dude, you are still, if you are not taking the last step, you are still clinging on to that society that beat you like a dog. Yeah, like a stray dog.
Yes.
Yeah, you are still
Yeah.
clinging to
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
So I don't want to hear this fuckery about it. People tell me that geomaxing, they are avoiding. No, they are not avoiding. They are taking the last action. They are taking the hardest step, which is the last one to finally do it. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. They're not avoiding. They're evolving.
exactly. So
Yeah.
I mean, please go on.
You know, in Darwinian selection, they say it's not about the survival of the fittest. It's not about the strongest organisms defeating the weaker organisms as they make their trail through life. It's actually the most adaptive. And if you are a societal reject and you get the way I look at it is, you've got your society, your tribe constitutes two different components. You've got the men. Now, men are basically there to form groups with and to offer you opportunities so you can succeed within the economic world. Females are there basically to offer you their sexual services, and then through that process you could extend your genetics throughout the generations with your respective tribe. Now, if the females of your tribe have collectively rejected you, then that's been an almost like a collective decision. They've collectively decided that you are not your DNA is not welcome as a contributor to the future of your respective tribes' evolutionary future. So in a way, it's like they've handed you a sentence of evolutionary death. And what happens then is that from that position of being an extreme outsider, you have to make a decision, a clear one. And the clear decision has to be made. Well, I've been rejected by these people, but now this rejection can either be my defining moment, or it can be a defining springboard for bigger and better things. And one process is accepting a position of weakness and saying to yourself, you are too weak to be entered into your tribe.
Yes.
And then you just wither away and say it's over and you lay down and rot. Another one is to be adaptive and go, okay, I'm not accepted into this tribe. They don't have anything to do with me. They hate me. They beat me. They spit on me.
Yeah.
They look at me with absolute disgust and disdain and hatred. And rather than accept their analysis as a reason for you to self-destruct and accept your own evolutionary death, it's actually to adapt and evolve. Yeah. And then once you adapt and evolve, you become so different to the members of your tribe because you've had international experiences, you've traveled to different places, you've learned new languages, you've gone outside their little narrow-minded goldfish bowl, their parochial, stupid worlds, that you actually become almost like a different ethnicity. Yeah. And you're no longer, because you've evolved psychologically and you've evolved in other ways, you almost become a completely different type of person to the people that are rejected you in the first place, and you're completely incompatible. And then you go your way and you have all these great experiences, and you have all these different women from all around the world. They're just stuck with their stale pal and mundane liaisons with each other, moving on to the future. Where were they going? They don't even know where they're going. They're going to hell, bro.
There is only one way. Yeah, this is to going to hell. Yeah, that's kind of it's also to say, like, because of the questions in the chat. Yeah, so Mehdi also said, like, whenever he's in Thailand he feels relaxed, and I have the same experience. It's just because the culture over there, I mean, it's totally respect based, or much more respect based than especially our Western culture. Yeah, and it's really non-competitive and non-aggressive, and this just makes you it makes me happy, you know. So these people, they are just like, so as an example, I'm going into a supermarket, they see me, they know that I don't speak their language, whatever, or probably I'm just fresh off the boat, and I select some veggies, some fruits, and they just take it out of my hand and weigh that stuff for me, you know. They don't even wait for me to go to them and ask them, like, do I have to wait this, or wait, where do I pay this? Yeah, they just wait the stuff for me, put the price on it, and then just point me to the cashier, you see. It's like,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
they are thinking for you, you know. They try to be generous people, you know. And of course, the overall, you may call them, because many Westerners living in Thailand call the locals, like, being careless. Yeah, you can say that. There's also, of course, a negative part of being careless, or many more negative parts of being careless. But on the other side, it's also a very relaxing environment where everyone treats everyone with the respect, with the thick layer of basic respect. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I've found when I moved down to Spain, and I had this new life. What I do is, I don't, when I interact with Spanish people, speak often about my my dislike for what was done to me back in the Anglo world, because I want to forget about it. Yeah, I want to forget about them rather than have to continually discuss what they did to me. But one of the things that I'm using is, I'm still using an Anglo identity with the Spanish people. So I speak in in with a better use of English than they do. For example, I often speak about different place names in England, and I often talk about different experiences I had in England to suggest that I was a person that fully participated within the Anglo world, and I had a fairly high status. So what I'm doing, Aribo, is I'm using the people that rejected me. I'm using their identity. I'm using uh, their cultural power, and I'm using uh, the things that they achieved, and the national status, as a weapon, as a tool for me to be able to succeed in another place. So what I'm doing is, I'm using the people's uh, total cultural power against itself for my own benefit. So they kick me out the tribe, but I'm actually still I'm actually using their power to actually succeed somewhere else where they wouldn't even dream of even bothering to try because they haven't got the
Oh.
volition to do it. You know, they're the Walking
Yeah,
Dead.
you use the status. You use the status. Yeah.
Yeah, they're the Walking Dead. Yeah, and I'm draining all that cultural power out of them and use it for my own ends. You know, it's
Kind of comparing the West to zombies is I like that comparison.
yeah. How you doing, Blackpill Jay?
I'm doing all right, man. I was kind of in and out, and I just popped back in. Is mystery there?
What's up, dude?
How's it going? I'm not sure if you were interested. I sent you a couple videos earlier, but I don't.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. Those the World Star videos. One was these two black women who basically, I don't want to spoil it, but they kind of basically dated the same man.
Can you post them again?
Yeah. I'll find one. I'll find it. I'm surprised you didn't talk about the Adam 22 shit.
What's going on with that? I'm kind of maybe I'm out of the loop on a few things. What's going on?
Basically, so you know who Adam 22 is?
No, I have no clue.
Okay, he's the guy who does. So I'll send you this video first. So Adam 22 is like he's like a podcaster. He has kind of like sort of like Vlad, but he has like porn stars, and he ends up kind of filming porn also, as well as like the stuff that he does with like rappers and things of this nature. He's like a white guy, has like his like father has like connects with like Clintons. He's like kind of like in the shit. Has tattoos, and he has a wife. Basically, him and his wife usually do pornography with other women, but now he's letting his wife fuck a 6'5" BBC. I'll show you that video in a bit, but this was the other one I mentioned earlier.
Oh, Blackbeard J, you there?
Yes, I am here.
I got a good topic for you. I just came back from Thailand, was 2 months over there, and I saw black men doing good over in Thailand.
Oh, I believe it.
Yeah. It's not that the chat doesn't want to believe me, or some in the chat are still challenging what I said. But it's you can get your looks match at least. The black people in Thailand or the brown people or whatever Arabs, they don't do much worse than the white men over there. It's a good thing.
No. I firmly believe. No, you gotta understand. Like, just the dating marketplace for the black men here in the West, especially in the United States, is probably the worst than it is all over the globe for the most part. Because even I was just talking to a girl who lives in Germany, just recently, who lives in Germany. You know. So it's like even in the East, it's like you just, as a black man, you kind of have two separate SMV filters that you have to go through as a black man, as opposed to being a white dude. As a white dude, you're basically judged on one layer of SMV, you know, like the looks, money, status. But as a black man, you have that on top of fitting in with that black stereotype. So if you could be a relatively good looking dude here black dude here in America, or like a decent looking dude, you know, have decent money, etc. But if you're not hood enough, if you don't have enough nigga points, if you don't have enough of that quote unquote, you know, like we talk about it all the time. So then you will be disqualified. So whereas in other parts of the world, for the most part, you're not held to that same stereotypical standard.
Probably it's a US specific thing, yeah, for black men. I believe that.
It's probably Western specific, yeah.
Well, I think in Germany, because I have a colleague who is mixed, His father is German. His mother is somewhere from Eastern Africa. Yeah. But okay, he's also tall. He's 6'2". He's 6'2", and he's also handsome. He's a 6 or a 7. Yeah, and tall, 6'2". And that guy is like, I constantly make jokes about tell him about his girlfriends. Yeah, because he constantly dates like hot blonde Russian chicks. Yeah, is
Yeah, well,
amazing. It's amazing.
yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, I think the thing about it is, and I know you guys were going on about the geomax and stuff, but it's just, you know, if you change your environment, you're more than likely going to change your outcome. But yeah, you know, mystery. This is they kind of ramble on a little bit, but this video, it happens this shit like that happens all the time amongst women, especially women who are in the same vicinity, because for the most part they're swiping on the same guys or dating the same type of guys.
Well, yeah, let's watch it.
Go ahead.
Okay, guys. Sydney is sitting here. We're talking about this guy that Sydney used to date, went on one date with, and she's talking all about how cute and romantic the date was. What y'all do on the date?
It was so thoughtful. We went to dinner. We got drinks. We came back to an apartment that he rented out. Did sip and paint. He bought his matching white t-shirts so that my clothes didn't get dirty. I'm telling her, I'm like, it was so cute, so thoughtful. I'm showing her pictures.
And I'm like, I have that photo. Like, I'm looking at this picture of Sydney in her white t-shirt doing sip and paint.
And she's like, I did the same thing with him.
We went on the same exact date.
Dang, bro. Oh, man.
Okay, now can you explain to me why is this fun for these two fights? I don't understand. It's a shameful thing, actually. This is how retarded the West is, right?
Well, look at the way they're like holding hands. I mean, women, they kind of like to bond over. I mean, whether they like to admit it or not, they kind of like to bond over the fact that they're dating the same. There's a type of like kind of sisterhood there, where and black and men, specifically black men, kind of do something kind of similar, like on some twisted Eskimo brothers type of shit. But women really like it's like this is the shit that they're on. You know what I mean? Like they're having fun with it. But here's the funny thing about it is that more than likely these two women, either one or both of them, are still going to continue to see the same guy.
Of course. So probably it's a thing like, you know, like, oh, we are both high status because we both can get chat, right? So we are besties because we are both high level. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't mind sharing. When a relationship ends because the guy cheated on the girl, that's just the excuse. Like they don't care.
I think it's just crazy that the fact that they got the same fucking date, and think what the fuck. Like, I get that it's true though. Like, if when you're actually out here dating, like, there's only so many dates you can take a chick on at this point, right? Like,
but also,
yeah, good.
But here's the thing too. I mean, he ran the same play, like the sip and pain and all that, right? So this thing is that works. But the funny thing is that, well, I would say that this guy has to be, for the most part, a Tyrone, because only Tyrones are able to do romantic shit and get away with it in the black community. Like men, like so men who are able, you know how, like, okay, if you're a normie and you have a date, you can't like go too far. You know, you can't go complete simp, because if you go complete simp, right, then you're just gonna you're already, I mean, you're gonna take an L anyway, but you're really gonna take an L if you show up to the fucking date with some flowers and like all this thoughtful shit. Like only a select man can get away with being thoughtful. If your normie ass tried to really be thoughtful, then it's just going to, I mean, you're already going to get an L anyway, but you're really going to get an L because you're putting in a lot more time and effort, and you're only making it so that the woman is like, okay, like this guy is trying to impress me. Whereas when a Tyrone does it, it's sweet. When the normie does it, it's desperate.
But then the question is like, I'd like to compare this again to Thailand, yeah, because I said previously Thailand they have a thick layer, a basic layer of respect for everyone, yeah. It doesn't matter how tall you are, how you look, what your gender is. They have this culture of respect. So then the question is, where are we in the West right now? This is fucking bad, man. This is a hyper competitive, egoistical, fucked up society which is not fixable anymore. Yeah. There's nothing here. There's nothing human. There's nothing social in the West. Probably, I don't know. Compare it to whatever. Compare it to the end state of the Roman Empire. Yeah, people have their life is so easy they can do whatever they want. There's no morals. There's no nothing. Yeah.
I'm just so over the geomaxing topic. It's been like 2 hours of this.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of something a little new. Go ahead.
Same thing for both of us, and we're just putting it together.
We went on the exact same date. Probably like a month apart, like less than a month apart from each other.
We're both wearing white t-shirts. He
bought.
Yeah, you have to remember as well. Like, if you somehow happen to bag a chick like who looks like these chicks here, like she's likely like been. If you're trying to be like, if you're actually trying to take her on a creative date, you have to remember that she's probably been on that date multiple times. Because once again, most dudes don't have that many dates they can take a chick on. So it's like, most men are not that creative, right? It's either gonna be like some sort of fucking dinner. You take her on a coffee date. Like, there's only so many things you can fucking do. If some dude has more money, he can fly her out. But it's like, my God, like.
Well, no, I actually disagree. But here's what it is, Mystery. I actually disagree with you. I think that men have a great capacity to be creative. Most creative shit comes from men. If you said, hey, normie guy, come up with 20 creative ideas for a date, whether it's from Google or a combination of something, depending upon, I guess it depends on your city. I mean, obviously, if you're in a bigger town, there's more shit to do. But I think that a man would be able to come up with at least a few creative dates. Like he probably could if it's for box. But the problem is that normies, if they're smart, they cannot do the creative dates because I think Chip Skylark said it lowers your value. You cannot, like, you can't do something as, like, you can't take a girl. I'm gonna take her to a fucking sip and pay. Like, as a normie, for the most part, you can try to do it. The woman might have a good time, but it, for some fucking reason, it lowers their value. It lowers your value in their eyes.
So you're saying if you're a normie, you shouldn't even like bother to try to do anything.
I'm not for a. I mean, I guess you theoretically could, because again, if you're a normie, you're already going to take an L. But it's like, okay, but what kind of L do you want to take? Do you want to take an L where you're spending $80 on some sip and pain or some fucking axe throwing or whatever? Like, do you want to be?
That's what I'm trying to say, though. So, like, if the only men who actually have the ability to engage in romantics are Chad, Tyrone, Chadrigas,
yes,
et cetera, all the Chad men, right? At the end of the day, all these dudes, these are the only guys who have the ability to practice these tactics here, and if anyone else does them, they're apparently lower than, because like it makes them seem less than.
Yeah, well, it's kind of, I mean, and again, I could be wrong, but I guess it's kind of like, if you don't have that much room for error. Now, what you could do, I guess, if you're a normie, is you could try to spend, I guess, more money, more time, more creativity in something that can be memorable for the woman, whether it's something like a sip and paint or a fucking picnic and you bring some shit, or fucking mariachi band. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but like, I guess like it's this sort of like, it sounds to me like if we've had the discussion before where it's like, if you have to try, you're already losing, right? Like,
exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's my thing. That's why to me it just makes. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's really like, in this case, it's really like a no-win scenario for these guys. So because it's a no-win, you're better off with going with something. If you are about to go on a date with something that's relatively conservative, like, hey, ice cream, fucking, I don't know, boba, tea, coffee, something like that. And if she says no because of X, Y, and Z, then I guess you done saved yourself the time, the energy, and the money.
Yeah, and all you get is from your normie friends. Yeah, all you get from your normie friends is, bro, you are not trying hard enough, right? I mean, it's can't win.
But weren't we just talking about normies anyway, right? Like these are the normie type dudes we're talking about. I don't know. I'm just like lost right now. But
and also, I just want to know before you keep playing is that to all the snow cells out there, these women will be considered to be attractive black women in the community. So it's not. So these aren't in the black community. I mean, none of these girls are relatively like overweight or whatever. They're not bad looking. They're actually pretty good looking. Again, at least in black spaces. So they're definitely out with the Tyrone. We're talking about a guy with a full beard, more than likely, a guy with probably some dreads or has some hair. He's probably tall and he probably has tattoos. These are things that are more than likely the case.
Yeah, I like the left one is really cute, and the right one is also okay looking.
He both took film camera pictures of us and sent it to us like, oh, this was so cute. Memories.
She's
the exact same picture.
She's sitting there talking about, oh, he took the cutest film picture of me. And I'm thinking, I have a film picture from Peyton. It is the exact. I'm gonna overlay the pictures.
No, it's the exact same.
We have the exact same outfit on.
And you know who you are. And I think that honestly, I applaud you because you're probably gonna see this. I applaud you. It was very thoughtful, but just know that we're putting it together.
We were literally sitting here talking about, we think so highly of this person. We had the best day.
Yeah, but I guess you're right. Like if the dude's bagging these two chicks right here, he's got to be Chad. So
yeah. No, he's 100%. I mean, he's more than likely like a Tyrone who's probably relatively successful. I mean, he'd be renting out or has an apartment. So we're talking about a guy who's definitely in the black community in the top 15%. I mean, and also too, the fact that they said they had the best date, they're not talking about having the best date with a guy who's a normie. This is not a guy who's bald. This is not a guy with a patchy beard. This is not a guy who's not in good shape. This is not a guy who's short. This can only be a Tyrone.
Yeah. You're not wrong, then. Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, it's just true. Like the treatment that Tyrone's and Chad's good is like unbelievable. Like they can do this simp shit where you just pay like, oh, you're gonna pay for day after day after day after day. Yeah, but it actually works for them. Cause like obviously if you're bagging two chicks at a time, it's like shit.
Right.
Yeah.
So what is it then? I mean, like a woman, even a generic basic woman, is a status symbol for a man. But the Chad or the Tyrone is an even bigger, greater status symbol for the Foyts. I don't know, trying to make sense out of this.
Wait, huh? Wait, what are you talking about?
No, I'm just saying, like in general, I think in the Black Pill we agree that women are, if you have a girlfriend, a wife, your status as a man goes up, right?
Sure.
Yeah, but then I see those Foyts like having fun and talking about dating the same guy, which is actually very stupid. Yeah, and it seems like then it makes me believe when I see this video that a Chad is even a bigger status symbol for a woman than an average woman is for a man.
I mean, I guess I don't know.
But it would make sense because look how much fun they have and how much they value this guy by just like talking about how cool it was, right?
I mean, I guess it depends also on the Tyrone because there are some women who date Tyrones. Because again, since we're talking about like black people, like the conversation is a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a little bit different, right? So, in the black community, I mean, you can have a woman who is fucking on a Tyrone or whatever, but because he's not necessarily, he might be a good looking guy, he might be hood maxed or thug maxed, but she might not put him up on her IG. She might not post him or whatever because he just got fired from UPS. So it just really depends.
Mm.
Content up, boy. There we go. Are we back?
Yep, we're back.
Okay, good. All right, let's
Of our life. He is such a good dater. We're both sitting here. It's the same person.
Same person.
But not only is it the same person, it's the same date.
The same person, the same date. He both got his white t-shirts and we both took the same film picture. He probably both took it of us and was like, oh, let's have a cute picture. Let's take a cute memory. The same. Let's overlay it.
We're gonna overlay it because
We're gonna overlay.
this was there is time between these two things. Okay, and he had the time to replicate the same exact date and then make us each feel like we had our
So
own
special. I swear I was on top of the world. I was like, this man.
I was like, I had never done something so thoughtful, so fun, so creative. He bought the canvases,
Yes.
bought the
Bought the canvas, bought the paint, bought a t-shirt for us to change into because he didn't want our clothes to get dirty.
Sydney's sitting here talking about we have a cute film picture. I said,
She said, wait, I have a film picture. I said, oh, really? Do you? Do you?
moral of the
If
story,
you see this, we actually do love you.
we do love you, but also
It was
like
just
men
funny.
are hilarious.
Don't
And-
date in New York. You're gonna be dating the same person.
Yeah. Well, I might as well just date Sydney at this point. Bye.
Wait. Pause it. Listen to what she just said. Don't date in New York. She's talking to the ladies. Don't date in New York. You will be dating the same person. Think about how many young men are in New York.
yeah, if they're dating through the same like if these two women dated that dude, and how many other women dated this dude? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's like what the fuck. So like how many of these, I don't know, this is unbelievable. Like how many dates and experiences are these men having compared to the average male population, right? Yeah, like some dudes out here who have zero experience with women. So
But you know a good solution, or a good thing or a fact, yeah. Big cities are the main target for nukes. Just saying.
huh? Well, who knows?
Yeah, it's no longer 80-20. It's 99-1.
I think we're still in 99.5. And I think that once we start to go into 99.1, you're gonna see another CNN article or another, like, because it's like every time the section marketplace gets a significant, like, gets a bit worse, you see that CNN news article, you see that CNN article, you see the Fox News a bit, you know what I'm saying? Like, it seems like, so I think that it's going to take like maybe another 6 months to a year or so, and then we're going to have another one of those. Now it's 70% or 80% of men are single, like, you know what I'm saying? I think that it's going to have to get a little bit worse, and then you're going to see another article about it, like kind of talking, because it happens, this thing happens like about every 6 months to 8 months or so, where normal people are becoming aware of this issue.
Nice observation. You may be right on that one. Makes sense.
Yeah, but I would say it's in about 90 in terms of like in the open mating market. It's about 95.5, and then the rest of and then you have like the top 40 or so percent who are barely able to get anything, and then the bottom 40 are not getting anything.
Mm-hmm.
For the most part.
Damn, sounds fucking depressing as fuck, dude.
But it's just crazy that out of millions of men in New York, they happen to get the same guy. So that really does seem like 99-1 to me.
You also have to remember as well, like, you know, like
Yes.
beyond the fact that this is probably some random Tyrone, how many of these women are actually dealing with like rappers or, you know, like NBA stars or, you know, people who play football? Like, who knows? Like, who like in these cities, like, who knows who the fuck you run into, right? Like, I think
No, it was
what's that?
definitely a random Tyrone, right? Because if it would be a celebrity, they would call his name, right?
Well, there was that one chick. She had a story about how she dated Michael B. Jordan when he was like younger, and that was an interesting story because like she was like she seems like nobody. Like I don't think she was like anybody, but she had the receipts and everything that, you know, they talked and stuff like that a few years later and shit like that. So it's like she's just some random girl. Like, you know, like, who knows who these dudes dated in the past, and then, you know, when they make it big, like, oh, I did it to him. Oh shit, like I have more value now or some shit, type shit. I think it stuck on him now that he's got the money and he's got the fucking the looks as well. So
Yeah, the funny thing is like because there's this talk in the red or in the black pill, right? That some foids they select like men who have potential to make it big. Yeah. But I think nowadays they don't even want
That's
to
not
do
true
that
anymore.
anymore. Yeah,
I was
exactly.
gonna say like
No,
they.
that's about to say that. No, that's not true.
Yeah.
They want you to like, because the thing about it is that like women, especially like more and more women are getting on SA. More and more women are becoming sugar babies. It's like if you're not, it's basically like either or for the vast majority of women. If you're not a Chad or a Tyrone, like let's say you are a normie, you have to be a normie with not is later down the line going to be successful because you're getting that degree in computer science or because you're like it can't be on some potential. It has to be you have the shit right now. You're ready to fund my lifestyle right now.
But it was the other way it was before, right? I think the previous generation of foids they selected for potential.
Well, I think that but here's the thing though, and again, white men got it the best in the West out of all the demographics of men for the most part, even though they got it bad too. White women are a lot more likely to select other white men for potential than most. I think maybe second might be maybe Hispanic women. Maybe Hispanic women kind of got white women beat, maybe, but black women sure just fucking do not. You know what I'm saying? And then if a white woman is dealing with a dude who's, let's say, black, then that black man would need to be more than his white counterpart. So
yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. So black men got it pretty fucking bad. They don't have it the worst. But white men, at the very least, I think that white men have the highest probability of finding a woman, maybe not obviously at his looks match, but he has the best bit of finding a white woman who is willing to ride for him, at least until he's able to make it, I think.
If he's a 5 or above 5, yeah, true.
Maybe not a 5 unless she's like a 3 or a 4. But also, I mean, white men have the most likelihood to deal with their looks match as well.
I don't know about that. I would agree that white men have it the easiest. If I look at my country, if I look at Germany, I cannot get my looks match.
No. I'm not saying you. I'm saying that and we're here in America. I'm saying that out of all the races, let's just take America. A white dude who's a 6 is more likely for him to find a 6. And let's say or he's 7, he's more likely to find a 7 than a black dude who's a 7 is likely to find a 7 on his level. Most black dudes have to. If you pair black men and black women, most black dudes, even the ones that are in shape, the ones with 6 packs and ones that go to the gym, the vast majority of black dudes would have fat women.
Yeah, especially when the white men also date interracial, especially. You're right, yeah.
Now most white men will probably end up with a fat woman too. However, I think that white women just may have a more of a conscious effort to get, even like older women, to get into the gym to look deep, because they know they have some sort of burden, like they have a little bit more of that. And to be honest with you, the average black man has a higher, in Mystery, if I'm wrong, let me know, bro. I think that black men have a higher burden of performance. Black men do. They have a higher burden of performance in the West than white men do. In damn near every single category. In the sexual category, they have a higher burden of performance. In the physical category, in the quote unquote swag and style, everything for the most part, we have a higher burden of performance.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah, I would agree. When you think about it, like we have to be like, like hyper masculine to like even get anything. These types of like, if you can't just be a regular black man in America. You have to be like either like really thugged out, the Thuggo Tyrone type of guy, or a who has a lot of money. Therefore, he has the money and the status with that fast cash and shit like that. You have status. Like it's just crazy. Like because the fact of the matter is that these women are probably dealing with like men who are in the NBA, and I'm not saying these women here in particular, but like in general, they're going to be going on these places and so even if you're an attractive dude, like you're still like it's like the invisible tournament's always there. So
yeah, Jack,
go ahead.
Jack said in the chat, you have to be. I wouldn't go this far, but he said you have to be above average to be a below average black man. I would say that you have to be above average to be an average black man. I would say that.
And you got to ask the question, like, what would have been above average in the black community? Well, what does it even mean? Like, what are the women looking for? Obviously, you have to be extremely attractive, because you can't just be like a regular Tyrone. You can be like a Giga Tyrone.
Well, not just. Well, here's the thing too. It's like, okay, it's like simple stuff, right? So if we get into the specifics, I mentioned like the beard connecting. Like if your beard does not connect as a black man, black women will like not pick you. That's not something that white men really have to deal with.
True.
You've never heard a white woman say, yeah, his beard is too like it's just not like black. Like white men don't even have to have facial hair.
Yes.
A black man has to have facial hair. For the most part,
he does. I would agree. I mean, like, there's a reason why I never cut my beard. I almost never cut it. I get it like trimmed up. I never cut it because like it's just too valuable. These chicks love the beard, dude.
So the black man has to have facial hair. The black man also has to have, again, he if he's bald, then he absolutely has to have a thick ass beard. Like it's no there's no, it's mandatory, right? If you're bald. But obviously black women, like most women, they prefer men who have hair, who have a hairline, who have maybe dreads, and that's something that's obviously important. Thick eyebrows. I mean, it's more or less the same stuff, but I just think that white men they just have a lot more leeway to kind of look kind of a little bit, what I'm saying? Even for example, like a white man balding, I think, because the way they can style their hair, it's a little bit, they can kind of get away with it a little bit more than a black dude. Because if a black dude is balding, because that hairline is so kind of like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's very apparent when you come across a black man who's balding versus a white man who's balding. A white man, he can kind of comb it over, he can like do some shit with the gel, he can finesse that shit. You feel me? It's just a little bit different.
I don't know. I think it's more acceptable for black men to be bald than for white men. I don't think that.
Oh no. I'm not gonna here's what I would say, bro. I'm not necessarily gonna disagree with that. I think it's a relatively equal. But the only way that a black man can get away with it, or I would even say maybe a white man too, is if he has like a full beard.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, makes sense. Also,
even then.
Also, if you have just the average chin, or a really bad chin, you should always wear a beard. Yeah.
But yeah, the second video, and you don't gotta watch it, but it's just that's Adam 22. The you probably know him if you see him, Mystery.
All right, let me get the other video up. Let me see where it's at. Okay.
I think it's important because with him, Sneeko, the blue-haired guy, I think that we're reaching an age where it's becoming a little bit, I mean, even Will Smith, I think it's becoming a little bit more normalized in our society, like this notion of being married or being with somebody and allowing other men to fuck your woman. I think that we're reaching a point where it's going to become more and more and more normalized, because even when you watch the interview with the where Adam 22, the guy is admitting that he's letting his wife do this, the reaction from a few of the other men on the panel doesn't seem to be. It's like I think we're just reaching a point where we're just accepting this more, and eventually, maybe in like maybe 2, 3 to 5 years, it's going to be something that is going to be a lot more openly celebrated.
Mhm.
All right, let's do it. Get the video up. All right.
So I've been with my girl for 7 years. We just got married. We're not in an open relationship, but from a porn perspective, we shoot with other girls, stuff like that, right?
Yeah. But no other guys is busting her coochie and ass out.
Well, you guessed it. Over the weekend,
Oh no.
Something like that happened.
she filmed her first ever scene with another man.
I know you was mad.
Shit.
Oh wow. Huh. Well. Is he a cuck? I don't know.
This is not funny, mystery. Sad.
He seems so like, is he proud of it, or is he just like, oh, she fucking did it?
Mhm.
You was angry,
I agreed to it, so I wasn't. I say angry might not be the word.
but you was kind of like disappointed a little bit. Like you vibe like that's your cinch.
You know, I agreed to
hood.
it. She gave me a lot of outs on the way in. Like she
Yeah.
kind of kept telling me, like, if you don't want me to, I won't do it.
You
You
should
know,
have said you do.
I said that I wanted
You
her to
already
do
got
it. I'm
millions
like,
on top of millions of dollars, Adam. You didn't do that shit.
fair enough. But I
Come
told
on,
her, I'm
bro.
like, I think you should do it. Let's get it
All
out the
right,
way.
so how do you vibe about it now?
She's
Do I need
32.
to get you an old English?
No, yeah, I don't need to drown the pain in old
Okay.
English. But I was kind of surprised because I feel like I can like intellectualize it, and from my perspective,
So that's the only way you can justify it, by being an intellectual and trying to
Yeah.
like intellectualize your way out of the situation. It's like, okay, well, the reason why I'm actually like this is because of this, and you come up with all these reasons, and all this stuff be beyond your natural instincts that tells you that you should not be letting your fucking wife get fucking railed by some fucking other dude.
Mystery
But-
sounds more like coping than intellectualizing, lol.
Yeah.
And he brought it on himself because he can get a chick that won't cuck him. He's the Chad cuck compared to Destiny over there, the fucking beta cuck that has no choice. So it's hard to feel bad for this guy since he brought it on himself.
But it's kind of like, I don't know. I guess you did. But like, yeah, the fact that it's being like normalized though is a little bit odd. You know, a sexual fucking morals that is gone. So like, yeah. A lot of dudes don't really care about, you know, who their fucking chick sleeps with and shit like that. So they don't care.
I don't think it should be a big deal.
Yeah.
But then after she actually did it, I'm not gonna lie, I did feel kind of odd. You
Oh,
know,
neighbor
a
crib,
little bit of
like
that feeling
old
in the
hood.
back.
Oh shit. Destiny could get a younger, tighter groupie. Could he?
I'm not sure if this video has the actual video of her about to film the scene with the black dude, but it was kind of fun.
Oh, with a black dude? Wow. Oh my god.
Like a 6'5" black dude with like, yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, dude.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Black Bill J?
Oh, with it on blacked.com.
Wait, it could be at the end of this.
See,
You know?
we're like,
was the guy
goddamn,
black?
like five real.
Yeah.
They're like,
Oh,
goddamn,
man.
like,
Yo, I can just see now, like I could.
Oh no, it wasn't. Damn it! I thought it was on. I thought it had it.
Just be cock.
You deserve a cream pie in your eye, bucko.
Oh man, oof.
Yeah. But I think I'm gonna head out, mystery. But yeah, I appreciate you being on the stream with Base. I know his streams, have a high energy to them.
Yo, BPJ, just wait a
Yeah,
second.
you got something? What's up?
Yeah, I have just one more question because I see you were thinking about this because you said like the 99-5 rule and everything. And
Yeah, it's
that,
about
that
90. Yeah. Here's what you gotta understand though about the Chads and Tyrones. Once you enter Chad and Tyroneville, which are kind of different because Chads and Tyrones, they're judged a little bit differently because again, black men have a different SMV standard that they have to also jump through that white men don't, right? So it's a little bit different. But once you get into Chad and Tyroneville, it's kind of like, you ever see the movie the Predator movies? You know how, like, if you watch a Predator movie, there's predators that are bigger than other predators.
Yes.
That's what it's like in Chadville. You have Chads, and then you have Chads that are chattier than Chads. You have so you might have one Chad, and then a woman is dealing with that Chad, and then a more dangerous Chad comes along who is somehow better than the Chad that she's with, and then now she's trying to monkey branch to that Chad, right? So it's and that's like at a different level, but so that's kind of what I mean. So like, even once you cross over to that, these Chads are also competing for other Chads and Tyrones for their own women.
So, and then you said this will accelerate, right?
Well, I mean, it's already, but the thing about it is it's already accelerated. It's just a matter of it's going to hit some sort of a wall. I'm not quite sure what that looks like. I really don't. But it's gotten. I mean, anybody who's been on dating apps and all that, you would know that it's gotten bad, and you know that it's gotten bad because most men, for the most part, your financial status and things are going to improve. But we were told this red pill lie that as your life continues to improve and as your values tend to continue to improve, your dating life should improve as well. And that was a lie that the red pill had given it to us. And I think it caused a lot of men, and we talked about this, mystery, and it's caused a lot of men to potentially squander their chances of having a family and having a decent relationship because they might have had a situation back in 2000, I don't know, fucking 2014, maybe 2015, and that was probably the best that they could have gotten potentially, but they said no, I'm going to focus on my career and I'm not going to get into a relationship until I'm 30. But then by the time you're 30, now, you know what I'm saying, the dating market has gotten 2 or 3 times as harder. So
then the question is like, if, let's say it accelerates a little bit more, and then the question is like, for how long, or how can you, I mean, how can you sustain such a state? You know what I mean? Of between the genders, it's wow.
Well, it's not sustainable. I don't think it is. I don't think it is sustainable. But I think that you're gonna. I mean, we're already reaching a like male apathy to situation, and you're in you know, in the workplace and in education and things of that nature. So that's just gonna keep decreasing, and it's gonna keep decreasing until the greater population of people want to at least address it. They're never gonna do anything about it. So ultimately, this is all for naught. But yeah, I think we're already kind of, all the things that you're saying, we're already kind of all at that point, or beyond that point. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, look, Chads and Mystery School talked about this. Chads are not getting a great deal either. They're getting a deal, but they're not getting a good deal. Chads are the only ones that women are able to give a deal to. Normies are not getting any type of are not getting any type of deal or nothing. It's only you can get whatever it is that you can get and be fucking thankful for any opportunity, basically. But yeah, but I'm gonna head out, mystery. Appreciate you having me, bro.
Hi, buddy. Thanks for coming on.
Yep.
Base, what's up, dude?
Oh yeah, just chilling. Man, the fucking geomaxing shit. I don't want to hear about that for like a month, man. That was like straight up 2 hours of that, and we kind of discussed that like almost every week.
Yeah. Who knows?
I was thinking maybe we should bring back the top 100 list to get at least some more varied topics if we don't have any videos.
Yeah, I could do that. Yeah, I thought that's gonna bring it up in a few minutes, actually.
Hell yeah. So have you played Final Fantasy VII Remake?
Nope. No, I didn't play it.
Yeah, I would say not as good as 15 in terms of the combat, but yeah, story and music and all that, it's good. So I don't think it is an exact remake of 7. I think there's like some time travel bullshit, so it's like a different timeline to the original 7. Jack Nickelback. Final Fantasy VII and Evangelion will be retold more times than the fucking Bible. Yeah, I don't know about Evangelion. If that's been remade a whole bunch of times.
Yeah, it's a really good anime, but yeah, it's kind of like, in my opinion, it's overstayed its welcome, in my opinion. So
Like, I know there's a whole bunch of like Evangelion movies. So are those like additions to the story, or are those like remakes?
So the first one was like an original shot for shot remake of the of like the first half of the season or first half of the show. And the second movie had some deviations from the first original run of the show. And then the third movie was completely off the wall. Completely everything brand new, effectively crazy shit. And then the fourth season was very what the fuck. So yeah, they had a lot of additions, and especially towards the third and fourth movie, a lot of additions and stuff like that. So basically, almost all like a brand new content. So
It's the remaking shit. It's like Berserk. Like, how many times are we gonna see the fucking Golden Age?
yeah,
See that in '97, in the early 2000s, and then just recently with the Memorial Edition, which is just the 2000s movies broken up into 13 episodes. It was okay.
yeah, I would love to have the like I still have the original 1997 box set, and then I have some pretty good figurines from like back in the day.
Figurines of what?
Of Berserk figures, stuff like that. So
Oh, damn, you ought to show those off sometime. I've showed you guys all my figures.
yeah. And then but yeah, there's certain shows. He's not wrong here. FF7, Evangelion, DBZ, Eternally a remade trio. Yeah, dude, DBZ has been fucking like remade and retold so many times. They ain't funny.
Dragon Ball Z Kai, and then there's like, yeah,
Dragon
there's
Ball
different
Super.
dubs of Dragon Ball Z. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not into Dragon Ball Z. It's just kind of a bunch of mindless action, and the story is made up as they go along. Like it would be better if, like, you know, during like the Frieza arc at the beginning of Z, if they would like hint at Cell, but that's not possible since they didn't even fucking come up with the idea of Cell yet.
Yeah, I like Dragon Ball Z has good has a good foundation of like power increases for characters and all that shit, right? Like everything had a good feel. Like every character felt important when they needed to feel important and stuff like that. So I really liked DBZ for that. But it definitely has I think Dragon Ball Super is really stupid in my opinion. It's a really dumb show.
Just the making up plots as they go along. That's really my problem with a lot of anime and especially a lot of American TV shows. It just goes for as many seasons until they stop making money. Like there's no arc to them. There's no like ending in sight. Like that's what I love about Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. Like they could have made a million seasons of those and people would have watched them, but they from the start, like Walter White's got cancer, he's gonna die at the end. So that's like just one of the most perfect shows out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is. That's true, early, honestly, because like, I mean, like a lot of these shows, they go on forever and ever and ever and ever, and like, okay, like you really gotta like. I feel like having a limit on like having a set end in mind gives you a good stopping point, obviously, and versus like just like when you're writing it as you go. I don't even know what you're even doing. Like you're just making like trash content at that point, right? Like everything's kind of like, well, then this happens, then that happens, then this happens, then that happens. And it's like a very boring, very boring story.
The funny thing is with Breaking Bad, you cannot binge watch it. It's just that you will not keep up. You will understand nothing, so it will be not enjoyable. You have to watch it from the start to the end.
And on the same channel, you got The Walking Dead, which The Walking Dead is like almost the exact opposite of Breaking Bad. It's just bullshit, just every season. And it just really went on for as long as it was making money. But I think they had to end the show just because they owed one of the creators of the comics. They owed him money. So now they're just continuing it, but calling it something else. They're calling it like Dead City or something like that.
I like the first few seasons, and the last ones were also better. Those in between were the worst. It was just filling.
I think it peaked in season 1 when they changed directors and they also made every season longer.
Yes, true. And there's more and more fillers. The last one were okay though, so you could actually miss. I think like you could miss like the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th season if you would lose nothing if you just don't skip those. Yeah, it's so bad.
Oh, Jack Nickelback in the comments. One Piece. Yeah, I mean, I just recently got into One Piece because my friend was just begging me to get into it all the time. And like, I don't know, One Piece is, I mean, it does kind of like drag on to get good. Like everyone's like, oh yeah, you gotta just make it through the first 200 episodes and it gets good. Because I know One Piece does have some like deeper lore behind it and some actual interesting stuff. So I wouldn't say it's quite like Dragon Ball Z where it's made up as it goes along. I think there is a little bit more depth to One Piece, but it's like, do I really want to watch 1,000 episodes for this kind of like okay-ish kind of lore?
So Pillington, if I just take Dragon Ball, One Piece, and Naruto, which one do you think is the best in your opinion?
One Piece out of all those. Okay. I'm kind of ignorant on Naruto. But yeah, Naruto just kind of seems like a story about the power of friendship and just kind of a real basic show for kids. Like I see people in anime comment sections arguing about like, oh, Demon Slayer, Naruto, like, Naruto's better than Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer's better than Naruto. It's like, shut the fuck up, both of you. It's all a bunch of power of friendship bullshit story that's made up as they go along.
Probably original Dragon Ball probably is the best. I don't know. Overall.
Death Note is great. It's only like 37 episodes, so yeah, just shorter series in general are
Yes.
probably better.
Although I feel like with all of this stuff, I think that the Z and the others, they were also good, and I also think that the Naruto follow-ups were also good in quality.
I've heard the Baruto show is garbage.
Of course it is.
It's made for more for children. That audience is children. Yeah, true.
Yeah, sorry we turned this into the anime podcast mystery, but we haven't dropped off any viewers, so they must be enjoying it.
Yeah.
All right, boyos. I have to go to sleep. It's 2:00 in the evening here. See ya.
All right,
See later, buddy.
Bye bye.
Here's our list.
All right, more people need to start jumping on here. This is the interactive segment of the show. All right, so we want to start off with number 1, Faces the Master Race. So I think our goal with this was to start combining these to most similar ones. Because we got 100, but a lot of them were pretty similar.
Yeah. Face the master race. Attraction cannot be negotiated. Juggernaut law. Race matters, JBW. If you ain't 6 foot, you can't compete. Height gives you human rights. Jaws law. Let's see. If your beard don't connect, you can't protect. If you don't have hair, you don't care. Size matters.
That could kind of go in with height.
No, I think that means the man, the big guy downstairs.
Haven't they proved that that's proportional to your height?
I think it is somewhat, yeah.
We got no frame, no game, which frame would just be like your width, I guess, instead of your height. But really, those could all be summed up by your skeletal structure.
Game is the force for ninjas. That's a good one. Confidence comes after success. Pay for play is sometimes the only way. The halo effect and the horns effect.
That first video we watched earlier with that dude with the sugar babies, it's just, I think if you're not getting it for free, if you're not Chad, you're paying for it some way. So good on him.
Demographics is destiny.
Destiny.
Yeah,
gross.
I've been thinking that like the demographics really really an issue here when it comes to being an incel, because like if you think about it, like yeah, sure, there's more women, but wouldn't it simply be more women for Chad? Like would women settle for anything less than Chad?
Yeah, I mean, since they're all okay with sharing, they're like that video we watched earlier with those chicks dating the same guy. If they're okay with sharing, then yeah, just more chicks means more for Chad. Like if, let's say, like in college, women outnumber men, and yeah, that's still not helping.
Yeah, so it's MidTown, not MGTOW.
I was actually doing some thinking about that one. I don't know if anyone's really MSTOW unless you are like a 1 out of 10. and you can't go 2 to 4 points below yourself, then you would be missed out. But I do kind of think that anybody that's not a complete subhuman can get a girl. It's just like it would just be whales.
What a brutal fucking truth that is.
Yeah, like me personally, when I was skinny, I banged mostly whales, and I just kind of had enough of that. And so it's like, would I rather bang whales or not bang at all? So I'm thinking not bang at all is preferable.
Dang, bro. I was thinking like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, I don't think I haven't had too many whales in my time, truth be told. Thank God.
I was a harpooner back in my day.
Oh man. Oof.
I know it's over for harpoon cells.
Like, I think I don't know. Like, I was thinking about that face versus height poll I posted like 2 weeks ago, I believe. I was looking at it, and I was like, man, like face really is probably more important than height. Like 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, I agree with you. I also voted for face for that, just because I think if I were 5'6" and just had like a good looking face, I think I would feel a lot more comfortable in my own skin than being being like 6'2" and looking like Shrek. I would just feel a lot more uncomfortable around other people. If you're ugly and big, people are gonna perceive you as a threat. But if you're small and good looking, I think people would probably treat you better.
Yeah, that's true as well. Yeah.
Like, would you rather be treated like a threat or the opposite, a non-threat because of your height?
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, like, I'm not saying like being a threat is it's not necessarily a bad thing per se, but there's like a levels to it, like, right? Like, like if you're like considered like an actual dangerous threat, people aren't gonna want to. Well, I don't know. Like, you have people who are like into like a hybristophilia and shit like that.
Oh yeah, but it's just, man, with me with the black pill, I don't really even think of it with like women anymore. I'm so beyond that and bored of it that anytime we bring up women subject, I'm somewhat over it. It's just I kind of think of it more as like when I'm thinking of the black pill, I think of how to cope without women. But because society treats you, if you're not married or have kids, like you're a kid, and it's like you can't just have a job and be alone and just buy things for yourself to cope. It's like they constantly want you to be part of their cult.
Yeah, people trying to like drag you into their worldview, right? Type thing.
Yeah, like this weekend I had to go over to my sister's house to watch her dogs, and it's she has kids, and I'm thinking like okay, because I don't have kids and a family of my own, it's just my free time is your free time. That's pretty much the single guys of the family are the errand boys. So if you don't have kids of your own, you're treated like a kid yourself.
That's very true. Yeah.
Like, I would never ask my sister to do any favors for me because I know, well, she's got 2 kids to take care of. She got like a whole bunch of animals to take care of at her house. So yeah, it's really the people without any baggage and stuff. Those are the ones that are always getting called upon to be the slaves of the family cuck.
Dang, red pill channels have more variety in their content than BPers do.
Yeah, well, this list is our variety, pretty much. This is like every topic we've ever talked about.
Yeah.
This is kind of as good as it gets, you know. This is better than having a 2-hour discussion on geomaxing. I don't think we have any mention of geomaxing in this list.
I think we made. Do we? Actually, I'm not sure if we do. Give me a sec. I didn't see it, my cursory glance, but
Jack Nickelback says, "Family cuck, dude, it extends to society. Who do you think gets drafted first?" Yeah, dude, that's a good take. I didn't even think of that.
yeah, I was talking to a friend. I a bowl with at a league, and he was talking about how he brought up the topic of like, oh yeah, I was my wife takes her daughter. And I was like, oh, like this entire time I thought he had a kid. But apparently, I think he married a single mom who already had a kid, and that's why it looks like he has a daughter. I'm like, oh my god, bro. I was like, fuck me, bro. Like, so like, there's like dudes out here who you think have children, but in reality, they're just like some dude who married a single mother, and they look like they have kids, but they really don't. Type shit. It's just
Many
crazy.
such cases. Like I got like 2 coworkers that have that same kind of situation, but they ended up having kids of their own. So it's like the oldest is their wives, but the rest of the younger kids is theirs. And like my grandpa was the same way. So like I wouldn't even exist if he weren't down to be a stepdad for one child, but then have a couple of his own. But some men don't even get kids of their own.
It's true. Men are the tinder that keeps the flame of society going. I'd rather stay 6'3" than be 5'4" turbo man with a Tyrone face.
Okay, 5'4". That's a little extreme. I was thinking like 5'6".
5'6", yeah. Well, even 5'6" is kind of brutal, but 5'4" is like literally unbelievably short.
Yeah, that's like dwarfism.
Fucking dwarf, fucking Tyrone face. Oh god. Simon said with the emoji. Biden was the only shorter president in a while. Trump is 6'4" and Brandon 6 even. Wow. Young men aren't going into trades. They work construction and everyone is 35 plus years old. Oh shit, dude. Stepdad used to be a leader at a household. Not all of his super cuck shit. Nowadays, it's just a slave paid in yearly hand jobs. Yeah, basically, yeah. Nope. My point is that if I want political content, I wouldn't bother with our pillars because of their variety. It's just a poor imitation of the content you can get outside of the manosphere, so it's no use. Okay. Responsibility without authority. There you go. It's true. I'd rather be 6'4" than 5'6". I don't know, man.
Yeah,
that
but
face shit.
we're talking like being good looking but small. I think it might be worth it.
No height, no might. If I would be 5'8", 5'10" with a Tyrone face, then okay, I'll take that.
I think you do better on dating apps being short but good looking instead of ugly but tall. They don't know your height until they ask you or they see you in person. But would you rather get to the date and get your time wasted, or would you rather not get to the date at all?
That's true. Yeah.
So how did your date go last week? What did you do?
We just went out for coffee.
Did you smash?
No, I didn't smash. No coffee.
Damn, it's over.
I didn't get any. I didn't get any cream with my coffee.
No cream pies with the coffee.
No.
Oh, it's over. Man, what I would do is I would bring chicks to Applebee's because they'd have like a $5 drink on special. So that's all I'd let them order.
Dang, bro.
And
Yeah,
it worked. I mean, half of them were whales, but it worked.
Dang, bro.
It worked for some non-whales too. It's over for Applebee's Maxers.
Demographic. But the date with that was actually really good. Wasn't that bad of a date at all. Probably the best date I've been on in a long time. So.
Have you been talking to her since?
Yeah, we still talk. Yeah, we're going on a second date,
okay.
so we'll see how where it goes.
That was a good sign then. You try to smash this time.
Yeah. Just for the cartilage on my bones to keep an empty house theory, huh? You know, I take that back. I want respect too. Face without height is a movie star. Movie star. Height without face is just a hentai protect. Oh my god, bro.
One of those 3D hentais with like the fucking World of Warcraft orcs.
Oh my god. Hey, you Larry in the back? What's Larry? You joining or what?
Hello?
You're very quiet on our end, Larry.
Shit. Give me a second.
All right. Jack Nickelback says, Applebee's, do you really hate women that much? Like, it's not like we had any of the food. Like, it's just drinks pretty much. We have like maybe she had 1 or 2 drinks. I have like 4. Then we go back to my parents' place. I sneak her in the door, and then we smash.
Yeah, how the fuck did fucking Applebee's is horrible, dude. How do they stay in fucking a business, right? It's crazy, dude.
Imagine the smell.
Boss movement 3, coffee only as a starting point. Yeah. What's up, Chip?
Thomas White's in the chat. That's the guy you talked with a couple weeks ago, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, get him on here. Yeah, Finley O's ugly bastard with height, creepy and dangerous. Yeah, that was my thoughts exactly.
It just seems to me like face opens up doors that height can't.
Yeah, like I think for a job interview, if it were an in-person interview, I think you'd do better if you're better looking but short instead of looking like Shrek.
Yeah, that's true.
Can anyone hear me?
No, it sounds like shit, Larry.
Let me leave and join back.
Okay.
What's up, Chip?
What's up? Can you hear me?
You sound all right.
Okay, cool. So I wanted to kind of touch on the video I sent in earlier about the guy, the sugar daddy guy.
Yeah, what about
I
him?
want to kind of touch on how, so when it comes to him in general, and just black men too, they'll get so close to the black pill, but not quite take it. So when it comes to his channel, it's all about sugar daddy, dating, and all that. But he had a video where he said, dating apps made me depressed, so I became a sugar daddy. And in that video, he talked about how on his time on Tinder, all he got was fat chicks. And then he explained that as a regular guy, that's all you pretty much get is fat chicks. And so he said that when he went to the dating apps that, okay, even though the women require you to pay, but they give you kind of a better experience. And even sometimes they have genuine feelings for you, which is obvious cope. And I see this with a lot of guys who also do the sugar daddy stuff. They'll say, okay, the girls that are on there, they're on there because they're looking for a guy who got their shit together, which is cap. They're looking for just money and money alone. You know, because a lot of these girls, they go back and forth. They go from Tinder to seeking arrangements, and a lot of them even have boyfriends. And I've noticed that a lot of guys, they don't want to kind of accept the black pill because they still want to hold on for that unicorn because they still believe in like unconditional love. They believe in like love in general, which even I've said in a couple of other streams that love is nobody gets unconditional love. There's always a condition. And I know even guys, they'll say, I hope I'm not rambling too much, but I hope
Can
guys.
I just wanted to ask you one thing. Do you live like in a big city? Because like seeking arrangement isn't really big where I'm at.
I'm in a big city.
Yeah, it seems like it's more progressive over there. Like, let's say accelerated.
Yeah, but that's the future though. The future, I think the future will be a pay to play for entry. Just to be with a regular chick, you would have to pay to play. Not even pay to play, pay to enter. You know, because you might not even get anything. But yeah. So I was saying that a lot of guys kind of hold on. They don't want to accept the black pill because they're kind of holding on for. They still believe in love, and I'm saying that love is always conditional. It's never unconditional. And I know guys even say, "Oh, women have unconditional love." I don't think so either, because let's keep it 100. If you could never get head or pussy from that girl ever again, you're not gonna love her anymore.
I don't know. They still put up with it though. Cheaper to keep her.
That's true, but if it was an option, they would drop her.
Oh, probably. But I think a lot of guys are still, they're still willing to put up with that shit for their once a month sex rather than no sex at all.
A lot of guys are getting no sex at all though, and they're still paying.
I mean, are they though? Like the worst dead bedrooms, like they're probably getting it at least like, I'd consider if it's not even once a week, it's dead. But maybe once a month, couple times a year, something like that. I think a lot of people would still see that as a win. Just like in one of our topics here about 33 incel in denial or incel tears. Yeah, they think they're so much better than incels, but they're having to do so much work for such little pussy.
Okay.
You know, kind of looking at this, these 100 like rule sets, it's like we have the perfect fundamental to. I'm not gonna say go out there and debate, but kind of like what Pluto did. He invited somebody. I'm not even sure who he is, but he seems to be like quite knowledgeable on the subject, and just have like a back and forth with different people.
I never watched the stream. What was that about?
They were basically like interviewing some guy. I don't even know who he is, to be honest. But he was right on a lot of things, wrong on a few. But yeah.
What's up, Barrett?
What's good, fellas?
What's up, buddy? You're new. I think you're
Yeah,
new
I've been
anyway.
following the channel. I've been following the channel for a while now.
Okay, good shit. So, tell us about yourself. What are you here for, and what are your general stats? What do you typically stay at, and all that stuff like that? You know, all the basic stuff. You can share as much or as little as you want.
I'm probably considered like a high tier normie.
Okay.
I do like decent on online dating, but just like to reiterate that it's chat only for like any like relatively decent looking girl. They're just waiting for Chad. Maybe Chad lights, but it's just really frustrating because you just have to date down and I'm sure that you feel the same way, but social circle and just having like a solid friend group is extremely important.
Okay. What do you like live at? Like, what's your like general area? Is it like northeast, or are you in the U.S. or where you at?
Yeah, I'm in the States.
Okay.
West Coast.
West Coast. Okay. Wow. That sounds fucking rough, bro. I don't know how people stay over there. Are you on like the Bay Area or some shit, or I'm not trying to like guess your location, but
Southern California.
Okay. Oh wow.
Isn't that like Chad Central?
It's either Chad or if you're status max, right? It's pretty much those two.
So like
status and money max.
What are your general goals? Like, what are you actually looking for when it comes to dating anyway? Like, are you trying to like actually date for like a relationship? Or are you dating for like sex? What are you dating for?
I'm kind of like just dating around, kind of just just having open options. But I mean, since I'm sub Chad, it's like basically you're just dating, below your looks level, and it's like frustrating because you can get something, but it's not very satisfying. Like you mentioned before that like, it's just very frustrating to have to like just routinely date down, and casual sex is not very appealing.
Yeah. So why'd you join today? What's the topic you want to talk
about? I just wanted to add to the list. I think this list is great. So do we have Chad competing with other Chads? Like we talked about how like if you're chattier than another Chad, it's just a game of Chads. Like when you're competing with like high tiered Beckys and up.
Like the invisible tournament.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Yeah, I think that's on here somewhere.
I think global sexual marketplace kind of covers that, doesn't it?
A little bit, yeah. Chad and Tyrant's their own race. That's another good one. Women eat the hot chip, charge the phone, twerk, and lie. Huh. Being called handsome is cope.
Definitely.
53 and 52 can be combined.
Is there like it's over for non-iPhone cells? Because I hear women will reject men with Androids.
I've heard that too.
Yeah, so have I. I actually recently switched from my iPhone to another phone actually, but I still have my iPhone just in case I need to like switch back. But yeah.
Why? Why would
Okay,
he get
I
rejected because of his phone choice?
I've
It
been
shows you're not
rejected.
status maxing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I remember when I was in high school, so I was trying to get this girl Snapchat, and I had an Android at the time. I had a Samsung Galaxy, which, if you know about the Galaxies, they're about the same price as iPhones, right?
Yeah.
So she told
Yeah,
me,
they're pretty good.
yeah. So she told me that, I'm not gonna give you my Snapchat because you got an Android. So I'm thinking like, So I actually went out and bought an iPhone, but I got her Snapchat, but it led to nowhere.
Damn.
But I'm thinking like, does that even make any sense? Because if it's about status and money, if the phone you have dictates the amount of money you have, a lot of these Androids, they cost more than iPhones.
But I think it's because like I don't know, like even in like the mainstream, like things come up for the iPhone first. There's some other political podcasts that I listen to, and they use this app called Call-In. Call-In didn't come out for the Android for like 6 months. Like iPhone users had it first, and I think what's the name of that one? That chat one. There's this chat app that people were using. I'm trying to think.
It's either Kick or WhatsApp.
No, it was just like I'm trying to think of it was just like chat, so something like that. Yeah, but like there was this chat app that people Clubhouse that was iPhone only for like almost a year. So I don't know.
But what percentage of people are actually using those apps? Because it just seems like now that women kind of dictate our society, it's just like the IQ's gone down the drain.
They don't dictate society, man. They dictate what goes around, like socially, like what's
No,
popular.
yeah, that's what I meant.
But who reproduces too?
That's true. That's why I think that I know a lot of guys kind of they don't want to accept that sometimes trends can also help your SMV. So some races are trendier than others. Like black men are pretty trendy. That's why they're in the position that they are now. Because if black men weren't as trendy, they'll be at the bottom of the list when it comes to ethnicities.
I mean, Eidos black people invented all the American music anyway. So I mean, that's I think it's a big part of it, and BBC factor as well.
Yeah, but like Jay said, that works against a lot of black dudes because not a lot of black dudes even have a BBC in the first place. So.
But it's just the image that counts.
Honestly, I think BBC is cope, but whatever. I think that's just a myth, but that's just me.
Oh no, but when I think somebody said that the iPhones. Give me a second.
So I have something to add. I was recently rejected probably by like a Stacy from online dating because I didn't have a bit emoji. Is that wild or not? Like through Snapchat. Like
She was
literally
probably
blocked
not
me.
attracted to you, and she just made up an excuse.
Yeah.
To be honest,
I think that would be covered in number 86.
Like a bit emoji, one of those animations.
Oh, yeah, that's.
I think that would be covered in 86. The ick. The ick is just any random excuse they give to disqualify you.
Yeah, the ick is such an important thing now. I realize, like, oh my god, they get the ick. If you do anything wrong, if you like appear weak, they get the ick. It's like ick, and they immediately lose. Yeah, they lose all of it.
There was a good segment way back in the day. What's the name? Patrice O'Neal's best friend Dante Nero's show. He had this segment where he was talking to women, and women said that they get the ick when men eat ice cream out of ice cream cones, and I am not making that up.
Wow. You know what? I would love the day when guys make an ick video about women. So I don't know. Someone needs to tell them about themselves. So
There's no such thing as an ick for women. They're accepted as the way they are.
Yeah, most guys are not in a position to really have any icks.
Yeah.
Trying too hard is an ick too for a lot of girls. It's funny because if you try too hard, that's an ick. But if you don't
Obviously,
try enough,
yeah, obviously that.
but
Yeah,
if you don't
obviously
try
try
enough,
hard, yeah.
sometimes that's an ick too.
That's a given. Yeah, that's a given. Yeah.
Some of the most ridiculous icks I've seen is like he got on his skateboard funny, or he jumped on a trampoline funny.
I remember one of the YouTube clips. I think it was the whatever podcast. A chick was saying that she ghosted a guy because the way he drove his car, like the way he like positioned his hand on the steering wheel. I was like, what?
It's kind of like, in my opinion, the icks are just like fucking excuses, right? Because most of them are just things that you can change, like just like how you said, the thing with the steering wheel. Like the guy immediately thinks, oh, I could just change my position on the steering wheel or whatever. But what they're really saying is your genetics. You can't change your genetics, so they're not going to outright say it.
Yeah, because even if he drove however he wanted him to drove, she would have found something else. You know, his beard didn't connect. Something stupid.
Yeah.
Or his wallet was like his wallet was brown instead of black or burgundy or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, she's rejecting him based on looks, but she doesn't want to feel like a bad person, not even be seen like a bad person, because even if this is in complete isolation, they kind of they compartmentalize this stuff. So in their head, the ick is actually valid. That is, to them, he got on the skateboard funny is their reason in their head. But really deep in the OS layer, it's really he was ugly and that was it. They just don't want to admit that shit to themselves.
Yeah, you can kind of categorize that with the whole Halo and the whole is it the Phalo? So even if he was driving funny, if he was Chad, it wouldn't really matter.
If it was Chad, it would have been cool.
I remember talking about the icks. I remember there was another Black Pill content creator who used to air clips of that show Take Me Out. I don't know I think you guys know about that show, but it's basically the show where there's a guy, he's trying to impress women, and he stands in front of, there's 30 women, and they each have they each have a light that they can turn off, and if they turn it off, that means that they're not interested in the guy. And when an ugly guy would come out on stage, like all the women would turn their lights up, and you should hear like the excuses that they offer up as to why they're not interested. I mean, I've heard if you watch those clips, you hear women saying, "Oh, his socks. I just don't like the way his socks match with his shoes," and it was just the silliest excuses. And the point this content creator was trying to make was, like you said, they're offering up BS excuses to not say what the real reason is that the guy's being rejected, and it's based off looks. So those were interesting clips. I used to enjoy watching that. So
I think Lord Bogdanov covered those on his channel before he nuked it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they would have virtue signal hard as fuck. Like, they would try to, sometimes they won't turn off their lights instantly. They'll kind of just wait it out until they find something, and they'd be like, "Oh, Jimmy likes to go to the park," and then they'll turn off the lights real quick. Nah.
Yeah, and then some Chad will come out, and he'll come out after the ugly guy. Some Chad, it'll be the next guy that comes out. He's a Chad, and this guy, I saw one. This guy plays with yo-yos. Like he was talking about his hobbies, and they showed videos, recordings of him playing with yo-yos, and like these women thought it was like the most adorable thing ever. It's like, So the previous guy gets rejected for his socks, but you got this Chad playing with yo-yos, which is so childish, and you guys think that's cute and adorable. Like it's very telling. You know, it's just you could watch that show, and it's just very telling. It's a very black pill. Reveals a lot of black pills.
Brutal.
I just don't get how like the boomers are our parents in general, no matter how hard we try to explain this, like they don't believe it is that terrible when
because they benefited off the system.
Mm-hmm.
It was good for them.
I couldn't imagine discussing the black pill with any person over me personally, probably over like 55, probably. I couldn't imagine discussing the black pill with them. It's just like my mom and dad, like my dad, for example, I would never discuss the black pill with him. It would just be pointless. Like,
I mean, that's because they live in a whole different reality. I mean, everybody has a different reality in general because it's based on personal experience.
Yeah.
So if you tell your boomer dad, "Hey, I'm having trouble with women," he'll just tell you, "Hey, just go up to her and ask her out," because that's what worked for him when he was young.
Right.
But
Exactly.
he doesn't know that even if you get the number now, you might get ghosted. You're probably gonna get flaked on.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they can't really comprehend, pretty much.
No, not at all.
Yeah, like I showed this one picture to my mom, like there was this one picture of like these like sorority girls putting like a measuring tape of 6 foot of they only date dudes that are like over 6 foot, and like I was like, Mom, it's that crazy that that women are actually doing that, and it's like, yeah, like women have preferences, and I'm like, it didn't used to be like that before. Like my mom said that the only ask that she had of my dad was for him to not have a gun. But now they're putting measuring tape and saying gotta be over 6 feet.
I think I saw that at least the video I saw was with the girl. She made a TikTok video where she put measuring tape next to her front door, the entrance to her apartment, next to the front door to the entrance of her apartment, so that whenever a guy comes in, like walks through the door, she can get a gauge of how tall he is. I seen that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I saw that one too.
Oh man.
Hey, the only thing that's good happening this week, and I hate to bring politics up, is the French riots. You got a bunch of fucking incel men just fucking burning the whole place up. It's amazing.
Do you think now are you in Europe?
No, I'm
okay.
in America.
Oh, you're Larry. Oh, that's Larry Cuckman. Oh yeah. You think it's male incels doing that? Or
Oh, definitely, yeah. It's like oh my god, it's like what Pyramid said, right? When Pyramid went to Europe, he went to the brothel and it was full of like fucking Arabic men, with the fucking hairy backs and shit. Yeah, those guys are definitely incel in Europe, and that's why they're just tearing shit up.
Let me tell
fucking
you.
Pyramid.
Are they like I don't know if anyone on this panel can answer this. Maybe you'd have to ask Jack like next time. But like, are they inkwells because they're not assimilating, or just because they're not of the nationality of the country they're going to?
I
That's
think
looks. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
No, I mean that's all I wanted to say. The looks, really.
I think assimilation is a huge part of it. Like, unable to assimilate. I mean, when you look at Saint Hamadi, right? Hamadi, like the way he's like a Syrian guy, and I know we revere him in the Black Pill community, but when he was Black Pilled, remember he was in Germany. So you're a Syrian guy in Germany. I mean, come on, like you're gonna be Black Pilled. So I think there is an assimilation aspect to it, but yeah, that whole that whole French thing going on in France where they're turning up and doing whatever. I think a lot of that is just we know a lot of that is fueled by just general societal frustration. To think that people are reacting that way simply because a teen was killed, it's that's part of it, but we also know it's just general societal frustrations. And I think, and now we saw the same thing over here with the whole George Floyd thing. I mean, people, I think just society was frustrated. I mean, you look in places like Portland and Seattle, they were still rioting against the police and revolting against the police months after the summer of 2020 when the whole George Floyd thing went down. So
over socialization pretty much, but like I would argue at least in the what's happening in France, it's I mean it all comes down to your looks. Like Saint Hamoudi was assimilated, he drove the Benz, he like if you changed his skin color he would look like any other German and act like any other German, but no, he's fucking Syrian, I believe, right? But anyways, long story short, you get treated the way you look. And these fucking Syrian guys, they don't stand any chance to a white fucking Becky or even like a fat white chick in France.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a good point. You get treated the way you look. I think it was Ryder last week talking about how the whole Sukihana and the whole YK Osiris thing. Was that you?
Yeah, I mentioned it briefly.
Right. You were wondering why, even though she has this hypersexual character, when YK was being sexual towards her, she didn't like that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's 'cause a lot of women like to pick and choose who they're hypersexual to.
Mm-hmm.
So so like in school, for instance, we would have like hyper thoughts in school, but they would only fuck certain guys. Like they're not really that many real whores out there. They're just gonna fuck anybody. You know, a lot of them like to select. Yeah. A lot of them pretty much like to select who they want to be with.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all based on how you look.
That's a good point. Yeah, I didn't think about the whole YK Osiris incident from a looks aspect. So,
Why do we have "You Are a Wage Slave" up there? What if you like work your way out of it?
Wait, why do we have "You Raised a Whore"?
Yeah.
We have it for Jordan Peterson, bucko.
Can you really do anything to stop that though? Like, what can you really do about that? That's just like
Razor in an Islamic country and where they have those laws.
Some of them still get down, man. You can't really do anything about that.
Bro, I tried telling my parents this and they didn't believe me, but like parents aren't really doing the raising anymore. It's the fucking internet.
Yeah, that's true. First it was a school system and now it's just the internet.
Yeah. Yep.
We have to like keep in mind, like since like the 08 crash, like the economy hasn't been the same. People have had to take on 3 jobs, 4 whatever since then. So it's like the parents have less time to spend raising the kids in general now because they have to work so often.
Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of the internet raising kids. Speaking of the internet raising kids, man, it's gonna be so crazy. What is it? What's this new generation called? What is it?
Z or Alpha.
This generation Alpha kids, that generation Alpha, I feel so sorry for them. It's like how these young girls are, I mean, like 9 and 10 years old already getting all this attention on like TikTok and stuff like that. It's God. We thought we had it bad. God. Feel sorry for that generation Alpha guys.
Never began for any of those fucks.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like in a weird way, I feel kind of lucky that I grew up in like the period I grew up in. I'm a late 80s baby. I'm like, I feel like I saw the last of everything. Like I saw the last of society before
Yeah.
the towers fell. I saw the last of women giving you a objective up down vote before social media. I miss, just so much stuff. But like for anyone like for the millennials and zoomers, like it never began, and Gen A it never began.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you're right. Like coming up in the time we came up in, you and I came up in. Yeah, it's like we kind of came up during that transition, and yeah, we
I
came
think
up.
like the most like sinister, sorry to interrupt, but like the most sinister thing that was lost, that like I'm sure the zoomers and younger can pick up on it, but like it's the social trust aspect of society just is like the most demoralizing part, in my opinion. Like just how suspicious we all are of each other, just how crazy everyone has been, just like before, like I don't know, like it just felt like neighbors and people trusted each other in the 90s. But then after those towers event, it just died.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean,
that sounds like a byproduct of over socialization. Like I forgot where I heard it. It was like what was it? Like suspicion is the death of empire, something like that. I forgot what it was. Never mind. Shit.
That sounded good enough.
Yeah, it was something like that.
Or maybe if it's not enough, if that's not already a coined quote, we can coin it now.
So Vivia's voice said that a lot of girls are doing OnlyFans as soon as they turn 18, 19, and 20. And I agree, a lot more than you even think, because a lot of them kind of try it out. So they'll kind of do it without showing their faces just to see if they can like get a hit. And they might like drop it. But I think a lot more girls than you have tried OnlyFans. Maybe even some people in your family.
Yeah, it's interesting. Wow.
Yeah, I was like, one random podcast I was listening to, like this like there's this like lefty chick on it, and like she does an OnlyFans now. And it's like, I'm like, really, you? It's like it's spread it like crazy.
Yeah, I wonder. It makes me wonder: are there a significant number of women who join OnlyFans just for the clout, just for the status, or it's a trendy thing? Like they're not necessarily like they don't necessarily feel like they have to make money from it. Are they just okay joining it for like because it's trendy?
I think it's the money, the status, and they just don't want to work. A lot of them are hella lazy. Like they just don't want to get a job. So I think that's primarily what it is: the money, the status, and the easy money. They don't want to work, and then the status.
But do you think? Okay, all right, that makes sense.
There's like no slut shaming anymore. So now it's like, imagine you're the most famous prostitute in the entire world. That's pretty much what it is.
Yeah. I was listening to a broadcaster, and he was talking about Lizzo and the singer Lizzo, and how she sent an Instagram message to I forget that Captain America guy. I don't know if any of you guys know his name. The guy who played Captain America. I think he played Captain America in the movie.
Chris Evans or something like that.
Yeah, Chris Evans. And they were talking about how Lizzo sent him a message on Instagram, flirting with him, shooting her shot. And the broadcaster was like, he said, Lizzo legitimately thought she had a shot with Chris Evans. And he said, there's a lot of women who are Lizzo's looks level and think they have legitimate shot a legitimate shot with Chad or a high value guy. And I thought that was interesting. Like I didn't know about that whole I didn't know about that Lizzo incident, but I thought that was interesting. Like, you know, just makes me wonder, do women like Lizzo really think they have a shot with guys like that? Like, are women's ego that inflated? Do they really think their SMV is that high? You know?
I mean, it starts when they're young. I mean, with the whole Disney shit, you can be the the broke, chick and get with the prince, and so it starts when they're young. They get indoctrinated with things like Disney. They have the movies, the rom-coms.
I think that's a very good point with the Disney comment. Like that's a key. Like they said that I read, I think on Wikipedia or one of these other things, the Disney revival started in 1989. So that spans the entire millennial and Gen Z generation. Like the Xers, they seem a bit better than us because they largely were born before it. So and also like in the 80s, Ronald Reagan relaxed the advertising directly to children law. Like there were laws preventing like toy companies, all these people from advertising directly to kids. But our whole lives they've been able to do that.
19. I'm thinking, what was Disney doing in 1989? Was it Bambi? Is that?
I think Little Mermaid or something like that.
I think it was Bambi though. I think Little Mermaid. I think came in like 91 or I think, but
probably right. Bambi, I would guess.
Bambi was the beginning of the end.
Hey, did anybody saw that Indiana Jones release? That shit's gonna flop.
What?
Indiana Jones 5.
I heard about it. I heard about it. I wasn't sure what was going on.
Bro, I shit you not, I watched this video and somebody was looking at like the seats that were already purchased for that certain hour, and there was like maybe 3 out of like what 50 or something seats.
Wow.
Nobody's watching that shit.
Wow.
I think the corporations, unless they're on like some sort of self-deletion mission, I think they're learning now. Like, I mean, like you've had so many flops that it's just like, and they know what works. They know the formula that works. Like Top Gun did spectacularly well. Like they know they can just use that formula. But unless they like losing money or this is just some tax evasion scheme, I don't know what it is. But like
what they want is investment money from these ESG corporations like BlackRock. So like, I'll pay you in advance and you have to push a certain message, but that's the catch. You got paid in advance, but your clients, like your normal customers, they're not going to buy into that shit. So there's that disconnect right there. Just look at Bud Light, for example. Those motherfuckers, I'm pretty sure they took the ESG money.
So I remember that Truth Pill was on a couple months ago, and he kind of said something that that I've been seeing too lately, and that's some women are not. They're not with anybody. They're not fucking Chad. They're not going on dates.
Yeah.
They're not doing anything.
Yeah.
And I think the reason is caused by Disney. So let me explain. So there's some girls out there who are Chad only, but they're not just Chad only. They want Chad to chase them hard. Like they want Chad to over pursue. Like in the rom-coms, the Chad meets the girl, she rejects him because he's a player, but he keeps chasing throughout the whole movie, and she finally gives in. They kind of want that fantasy,
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, but you're right. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of lonely women, and I don't know. It's making me think maybe women are over men. Period.
Yeah,
We'll have to dive into that on another.
I mean,
future
they're still
podcast.
getting their sexual release. Let's just put it that way. Like women want men, they don't need one. So you're not gonna see them with one all the time, but they're still getting that sexual release.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Like
Yeah, I think
even
they're
like
more.
it's just such a cope when people are like, "Oh, women over 40 are screwed." No, they're not. Like
No, they're not.
they still have friends. They
Not at
still
all.
like I mentioned like one of my a woman in my family, like one of her friends like had an extra like an extra +1 ticket for like to go to Puerto Rico, and my sister just got to go on that trip, and she's like almost my sister's like almost 40, and it's like people are like, oh, people over 40, like 37, 38-year-old women are screwed. No, they're not.
No, they're
There's
not.
still plenty of simps at that age. Plenty.
Not at all. Not at all. I mean, yeah.
I can argue that there are more women that are over men than there are men over women. Because by the time they hit a certain age, they've been through every scenario with pretty much every type of guy.
Mm-hmm.
So they're pretty much exhausted. They're pretty much jaded.
That's just it's man. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, I think by like 25, most females are pretty much they've seen it all, they've done it all, and they're pretty jaded.
So sad. Hmm.
It's like that saying, like it's easier to run game on somebody than it is to convince them that game is being ran on them. Like at their best, I think the Kevin Samuels of the world were trying to convince women that game has been ran on them, but their women are getting mad at us for pointing it out that they've been lied to. Like the men have been lied to.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Yeah.
That's a good point because even with the PUAs, the only game they're running is on their audience. They're not picking up any women.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
Definitely, they get again like that. They should like burn in hell for like just the deception and the lies. They were just telling people to spam approach. They weren't even telling people to have discernment. Okay, know what type of guy you are, what you like, what you tend to attract.
Mm-hmm.
Try to figure out, try to be like, oh, well, these type of women have looked at me in the past. Maybe I should try them. No, don't spam
Mhm.
approach. You're gonna A, poison the well, B, ruin your reputation, and C, it's like you're not the rejection's gonna destroy you. It's like
Yeah.
they just told men to just like destroy themselves over nothing.
Hmm.
yeah, that whole lifestyle is for people who have nothing to lose. I think Coach Greg even touched on this. He said PUAs for men with jobs, not careers.
Hmm. That's a good point.
Because I would hear stories of guys who I was watching this one guy. He said he was learning game. He kind of packed up and traveled to a whole nother state. He quit his job and traveled to another state just to pursue PUA. I'm like, why would you do that?
Man, I don't know, man. PUA just seems so ancient, at least for me. I was doing that back in 2008. Me, it just seems ancient. But
Yeah, like the show was on like 08, 09-ish. Yeah, like on
talking that mystery guy. I
Yeah,
wonder what he's doing now.
I think he's married.
he has
bro.
kids.
I would be very interested to know what his take on the black pill is, because I mean the black pill is directly challenges his ideology. I'd be very interested to know what his take on the black pill is, but it's interesting.
Probably busy with PTA meetings at this point.
Yeah, he won the lottery, right? Like he cashed out. He got what he wanted. You know, he was 6'5" or whatever, 6'6". You know,
I mean, honestly, game is the best thing you can sell because it's also selling intangibles is so profitable, especially when it comes to game, because you can always change the rules, you know? So, okay, I approached this girl and, I got her number, but it took me a month to sleep with her. So the PUA says, okay, join my, buy my course, and I can teach you how to sleep with her in a week. So they can always just change the rules and just try to sell you on that.
Yeah.
I think more men are gonna wake up because, like, I don't know, like, as I enter deeper into my 30s, like, the age pill just really hitting me. Like, want to say, like, yeah, at the ending of 2020, I became a grand orphan. I lost my last grandparent, and I think as people get into their 30s, as the age pill hits all of us, like, people are just like, you just get to a point you don't want to take as much crap. And I think guys are going to hit a critical mass. Like, you're seeing this with the people geomaxing and such. It's just,
yeah, I agree.
The grift now is to tell guys to get money, gym max and status. It's just becoming the most tolerable beta bucks. Game is more of an older red pill grift than Rolo and other old RPers do.
Yeah, we've I remember we touched on that before, how these guys promoting games like these Gen X guys in their 40s or older. Yeah.
No, that's definitely true, because a lot of young guys don't really believe in game, because a lot of them are actually in the field. Because if you're in the field and you actually approach women and do all these tactics, you're going to figure out that they don't work very quickly.
Yeah.
So it's mostly just boom. It's not really boomers, but older guys, or guys that are a lot of these game guys are guys that are still married. Like, they're not even if they're not even in the field. Or maybe they just got like divorced or something, but they're not. If they were in the field, they would know it does not work.
Yeah, exactly. They're not even in the game. So they preach game, but they're not in the game. So
exactly, yeah.
Like,
yeah, because like I was saying last week, you can have the perfect approach. You can use all the tactics of push, pull, all the bullshit, and you can still get ghosted. You can still get flaked on.
Yep.
Yeah, I've had instances on dating apps where the girl, like, we'd be talking for weeks, and then the girl herself would ask me on the date, and then I'd be like, sure, let's go to this place next week,
Right.
and then radio silent. And I'm like, you're the one who asked me on the date. Like,
that is crazy, man. It's like, yeah, I'll be like on Bumble, and like, so the girl, like, let me just say, on dating apps, I never approach first because I'm black pilled. I know it doesn't work. Like, it's not going to help me approaching the girl first, or it's not going to bring a girl any closer to liking me. So I just kind of just let the girls come to me first. And then, a girl, she'll like me. And then I'll look at her profile. I'm like, okay, I like her too. And then I just never hear from her. Like, because, on Bumble, the girl has to message you first. She has to send the first message. You can't message her first.
Yeah.
And they'll like me first, and then I'll like her back. And this is on Bumble. And then I just won't. She has 24 hours to respond, to send the first message. And I just never get a message. And I'm like, why the hell did you like me first then? Like, if you're not prepared to talk to me, like,
well,
yeah,
I'm sorry to interrupt, but the reason why she probably likes you is one of two reasons. One, perhaps in that moment she, and again, this is happening, like, they're swiping in like splits of a second. So in that split of a second, she selected you, and then upon maybe the second kind of like analysis of you, because again, just because you got swiped, that's just one step of the tournament, right? So you might have passed step 1, right, or step like 1.1, but step 1.2, when it comes to actually having to message, she's not going to message. Let's say if she matched with 5 guys, she's not going to message all 5. She's only going to message the top out of the 5.
Top out of the 5, yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. The invisible. So with the tournament, you're always it's always going to be whittled down. So if she matched with 5 guys, she's only going to message maybe 1 or maybe 2 out of the 5. And then out of those 2, then depending upon, it just all kind of goes from there. And also you're also, competing against the guy she's already fucking, the guy who already took her out a couple days ago, the guy who approached her a few, what I'm saying? Like, so it's kind of a whole lot on top of that. Like, just you being selected, that's just step 1.1.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's interesting.
They're not gonna, like, just because she swiped on you doesn't mean she's gonna message you. Like these women, they have, like, see, it's not like us where it's like every damn near the vast majority of the women that we match with, we're going to, unless we just, for whatever reason matched with a landmail on accident, we're gonna send a hey, just for shits and giggles at the very least. They don't think like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see. I think I'm learning that.
Yeah, but ultimately, I mean, like, yeah, most of these guys, they have not been in a game. They don't really know what's out here. And yeah, then somebody said it earlier. It's like you can absolutely have the perfect approach, but once you enter their phone, it doesn't matter, because the phone is where most of the shit happens. The phone and in her brain. So you have to kind of overpower the theoretical man, or the man who she is currently fucking at the moment.
And the funny part is, I don't think some of these girls are even fucking anybody. She might have just thought back to the interaction and just thought, like, okay, he had a 1-inch gap between his beard, or maybe he wasn't tall enough, or So even if the interaction goes well, she kind of replays it and sees that you have some kind of defects.
Or he has too many roommates or some junk. Like they'll replay every detail. Like it's just how they are.
Yeah, but you guys, again, what you have to understand is that there's no such thing as a perfect normie. So if you're a normie, like, even if you do everything right, you got your own spot, you got a good car, you got a good job, maybe you're not making 100K, but you're making like some pretty good money around for your age, right? But you're still a normie, you're a regular looking guy, maybe you're not that tall. It's like, you can have a great interaction, you can be charming, you can do all the right steps, you can say all the quote unquote right things, you can play, it's kind of like, what's that game, Guitar Hero. You can play the perfect Guitar Hero session, whatever. I don't play the fucking game, but you know what I mean, like when you get everything exactly right. But at some point, you're going to press the green button when you should have pressed the red button. At some point, it's just going to happen, right? Because no one is going to be perfect. So ultimately, if you're in that scenario to where if you make one little mistake or one little thing, she's already going to throw you, like, you can't maintain any type of relationship that way. Like, you don't think it's like immense pressure that we put on ourselves, that we have to literally, I need you to think about it, like literally go back and like look at your fucking analyze your text messages, make sure that you put a period instead of an exclamation point, make sure that you're only sending 1 line instead of 2, make sure, okay, well, well, it's been only about 15 minutes since she texted me back, so I gotta wait another 20 minutes. It's like, you don't think this is kind of like, this is fucking insane that we have to do this shit?
No, it's definitely
that's
insane.
why I sent my own way.
No, it was definitely insane. I think I don't know what content creator actually touched on this. He said that the dating market right now is for actual psychos. Like, you have to be insane to enjoy. No, seriously, you have to be insane to enjoy the dating market. Like, or you have to be insane to actually be successful at it, with all the games and all the bullshit and all,
That makes a lot of sense, to be honest. It especially shows why they like psychopaths as well.
Like, why do I have to wait 30 minutes to an hour to reply? Like, that's not normal. Like, it's like they're playing chicken to see who can kind of like catch feelings first, and whoever catch feelings first loses. It's very weird.
But the thing about it is that, like, again, do women And I need you to think about it. Do women catch feelings for normies in 2023?
I think women now, like I would just say millennial and Zoomer women. I don't know how and what caused it, but I feel like a lot of and even the guys, like it's just an avoidant attachment society. Like they can't attach to dudes, especially if they're not Chad. Like it's just like a fundamental failure to attach, in my opinion.
Well, I don't think it's that extreme yet. I think some normies can kind of slide in sometimes and get lucky. Maybe the woman likes a certain type of look, and he just happens to fit that look. But I don't think it's extreme where it's just only complete Chads that are only getting A normie will look out here and there, but it's not consistent and it's very rare.
It's from
normie
circle if they're a normie, I think.
Well, yeah, I mean, some normies are lucking out, but you got to understand, what does lucking out mean? Does lucking out mean beta buxing? Does lucking out mean an open relationship? Does lucking out mean, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of like I think that normies are able to quote unquote luck out, but more times than not, they're bending over backwards in a relationship. They have no quote unquote frame in a relationship. They have no power, and the woman often can kind of abuse them, and because the women some of the women understand that they have the leverage in the relationship. And most of these normies in relationships, if we're being honest, and maybe this is cope, they're not necessarily having the best time with their girlfriend. They might have somebody to watch a movie with on a Friday night, but for the most part, they have to step on eggshells. It's not great majority of the time.
No, that's definitely facts. Some people, very few, are actually enjoying their relationships, but most people it's a lot of work for most guys. It's pretty much a full-time job.
That's why you often hear the saying, "It's cheaper to keep her."
And it's also taxing on your mental health too, because you got to worry about so many things. Like, is she texting other guys? Is she on Tinder? Is she,
Yeah, well, most women are. I mean, the thing about it is, I think we're reaching a point where, and I have no data to support this, but I do think that most women in relationships either have cheated in that relationship or are currently cheating in that relationship. Because there's nothing stopping them from doing so.
I guess that kind of applies to American women. Like when I went to Brazil, I honestly couldn't imagine any of them really cheating. At least in the country part, I meant. Like, because American women are just a different breed altogether.
And it's definitely Oh no, go ahead.
Like I don't get, but like what's uniquely pernicious about American women? It's like it just seems like in these other cultures, from like what I've been seeing with the people that geomaxing, the women want the other women to be healthy, but it's like here, like women want to drag each other down. Like, oh, he's not doing X, Y, and Z for you. You need to leave him. It's just like there's this very, very pernicious crabs in a bucket mentality that is. That's why passport bros are like, oh, never bring her back. Like it's
they're spoiled for choice out here. So here basically you're just kind of dealing with, like, imagine like an extremely spoiled kid that no matter what the kid does, the kid is rewarded for it. And matter of fact, the kid is rewarded for bad behavior. So if you have a society full of kids who are rewarded for bad behavior like consistently, then it's like, so you're just the kids, as you spoil them, they tend to get worse and worse. And we're at a point where, and I'm not trying to get the stream taken down, but we're at a point where women are obviously, due to abortion, they're allowed to literally murder and get away with it. So like how low can we sort of go as a society? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like even in like court cases and stuff, like there'll be like women like G wording and like the students, and they're not even getting any real jail time. Like they're getting slaps on the wrist for deleting their own kids too. It's like if you can get away with anything, you'll do anything.
Yeah, but I mean, but that just aside, you know, I mean, it's kind of like really across the board. So especially when it comes to dating, you know, women can. It's like, oh, okay, we no longer have the stigma of being like a hoe. We don't longer have the stigma of, you know, no kids out of wedlock. We no longer have the stigma. All the stigmas have been removed to the fact of where, you know, even back in the 90s, you know, back in the 90s, you know, big women, women that, because again, the 90s version of big is a lot different than the 2023 version of big or fat, right? So it's like you had different standards like of fitness and all that back then versus now. But yeah, no, big women are, a big woman can easily, it's normal for a big woman to hook up with a guy who has, you know, friggin' 8% body fat.
But not
it's
only
it's crazy because it's go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I was gonna add that not only that, but hoes now are clearly winning. Like it's obvious. Like a lot of hoes are literally winning, and a lot of girls are seeing that.
It's crazy. I'll see these TikTok videos. I've seen a few TikTok videos of these women saying, "Oh well," like one woman will say, she'll say, "Women out there, why are you dating ugly guys? You're a queen. You can do so much better." And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, "Ma'am, do you see the number of men who are dating ugly women? Like these women think that that it's a case where it's the woman who's always dating down. No, it's a lot of men dating down, and like women refuse to acknowledge that. You know."
Bro, you ever seen that Aaron Clary guy where he's like, men are winning, men aren't going to college, they must be winning?
Or
Like,
is that him, or is that Richard Cope? Not Richard.
no, Aaron Clary has said that.
No, sorry, Bitter Bachelor. Sorry.
Oh, they both say that shit. But like, how is it winning if you're getting priced out of the market? Like, they're self-inflating by getting these degrees, so they're not going to settle with a fucking blue collar guy. So how the fuck are you winning?
Yeah, better incel. He got priced out of society pretty much. Doesn't he live in like a cabin in the woods or something like that?
A bus.
Yeah, I think, or he's trying to build a house in the woods or something like that. But at least I will give him credit. At least Joker, I will give him credit in the sense that he admits that if he were to try to go back on the dating market today, if he tried to like go on dating apps today, he'd be an incel. He's pretty much admitted that. So at least he's willing to admit that much. Like
not just him. I have a friend who was talking about breaking up with his girlfriend that he met like 3 years ago in college, and I was telling him, bro, do not do that.
Bro, do not
because
do
things
that.
are even different now than 3 years ago.
Yeah,
you know, a lot of guys, even young guys, are gonna come out from a long relationship and think that shit is sweet. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Let me tell you, I see dudes today. A lot of guys I know, even some that I work with, they're in marriages. Like they like a lot of, and a lot of them were married before the end of the world, which was 2012. You know, that's when, you know, Tinder and Instagram and all these other apps came out. So some of these guys were married before then. And I just think to myself, man, if this guy gets divorced or him and his wife separates, like he's in so much trouble. And they don't even know it. So many guys who are married today don't even know it. Hold on. Like yes. if they separated from their wife, they would be up shit creek. Don't even know it.
Yeah. Are you done?
No, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, I think the arrogance. I mean, and this is something that especially happens in the Black community. But the arrogance is when you talk to some of these guys who's either been in a relationship from even I would even say 5 years, right? I mean, I have a friend of mine who's been in a relationship for you know, the last 4 or 5 years, and even he doesn't know how it's gotten a lot worse. But you have a lot of these married men who've been married for the past, you know, maybe 10, 15 years or so, and they're trying to speak on the current dating market, and they always say this dumb shit of, oh, women are, they're the same. The technology might be different, but the women, it's and they have no idea that the technology influences the women, and like literally their brains are different. It's like what was the standard in 1998 is not the standard today. It isn't.
Yeah, I agree. Yep.
Yeah, they're not even equipped to even enter the dating market. Like a lot of these guys are
no, they're not.
They're fat, they're bald. A lot of them don't even have. Okay, they talk about game, but a lot of them don't even have game. Which is that's a
Like I'll see these guys are married. Some of these guys are married and they've gone bald, and like I'm like thinking, dude, if you and your wife divorced and you tried to re-enter the dating market, dude, you know, like you being bald, that's like almost like a dating death sentence, man. Like what?
It's almost like going to war without like any weapons. Like,
they don't even know what's waiting for them out here. No idea.
Yeah, because to a lot of older guys, all they did was just ask their girlfriend, their crush out, and that's all it took.
Yeah.
Right. Well, it's because they're crushed. Well, the thing about it is they had a more fair dating marketplace. Most of the time when you talk to these guys who've been married for quite a number of years, guys maybe in their mid 40s and onward, their dating marketplace was fair. Like it's like you were able to compete because you only had the men in your immediate area, the men in your classrooms, the men in your community, the men at the football games, like the men in the tri-state area even. So you only really had to be in the top 25% or so to be able to have an option. Like so and because even guys who were like in the middle, like the normie guys, like they had a much better chance to get with somebody who was around their looks equivalent. That's why, like, if you look at most couples back then, they were for the most part relatively looks matched for the most part. It's only now that you're seeing more instances of these relatively either in decent shape or relatively skinny or lean guys with big women.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it goes back to the saying that if social media was a thing back then, your parents would have never met. Your dad would have probably been incel too.
Right.
It's true, and it's funny how like people just don't really understand that.
Yeah.
But some of them do kind of. So after they get divorced, I know Coach Red kind of talks about this with the whole marriage bullshit. And at the point where a lot of guys tend to, eat a bullet, is usually when they try to get back in the market, And
they start to feel like it's like they try to go back into the dating market. They start to feel like Steve Rogers at the end of First Avenger, where they walk out into the real world and they're looking around like, what the fuck happened? You know what I'm saying? It's like they started looking around like Buck Rogers, like, yo, like this shit is real. You know what I'm saying? It's like you got these men entering and try to get on Bumble, and these women are asking them for money and cash. They got the Cash App. Hey, I'm not going to respond unless you send me the Cash App.
Wow.
We're like in a Shawshank when the dude finally gets out of prison after decades.
Yeah.
Like,
yep.
I don't know if you guys. Yeah, go ahead.
And it changes. And the thing about it is that the dating market is changes fast.
Yeah.
And even like if you think about your own life, remember the lines, remember the things remember the photos that you used that did work, and then you still try to use those same photos on those same lines or just similar tactics, like maybe 2 years or maybe 2.5 years later, and it doesn't work.
That's facts. Yeah, that's facts.
I don't know. I know if you guys know this content creator, Blue Skies Media.
Yeah.
But, yeah, he talked about. I guess you could say he's black pilled. I guess I don't know if he calls his platform a black pill platform, but it is black pilled in a lot of ways. It is black pilled. And he said he was married. He told a story of how he was married and his wife passed away, and which I didn't know that, but he was married and he said his wife passed away and eventually he had to go back in the dating market again, and he said he said like the stuff that he used to do didn't work anymore. He was like, wait, I used to say such and such line. I used to be able to approach a woman, and he's like, this stuff doesn't even work anymore. He's incel, but it's true, man. Yeah.
And the thing about it is, it's not like. Wait, can y'all hear me?
We hear
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Also, it's not like where the things that you did back in 2017 doesn't work, but there's new shit that you can do now that does work. It's like it just be like the number of things that you're able to do and say, like the tactics just get smaller and smaller and smaller. It's not like I guess, maybe you could even, for example, blue check mark. There was a time where having a blue check mark gave you a more access to women on IG. Now the blue check mark doesn't mean shit now because you can buy them.
Wow.
Yeah, that's true.
I didn't know that.
Because the blue check mark was more of a thing. So it's like now like there's just a more of a smaller and smaller and smaller things, and you know what I'm saying, like, or tricks of the trade or whatever the fuck you want to call it to get the job done.
They don't really want you approaching in the first place, which is why I argue that like nobody's really using Tinder. Everybody's on Instagram and Snapchat, and there they can like pre-validate you based off of your resume, pretty much.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right, and that's why. Yeah, so yeah, approaching for the most part is, unless you're in it's more times than not, it's dead. I've noticed that a lot of women put their Snapchat on the Tinder, they put their Snapchat on their dating apps and all that. And I've never had any luck through Snapchat. That's just dead completely.
Bro, Snapchat is so brutal. Like the thing is that most men love to talk about how like, oh, they have to wait like 8 hours for a response. Like these bitches are always on their phone. They can respond in like 5 milliseconds if they really wanted to.
Right. That's interesting. So I don't have a Snapchat. That's interesting. Is Tinder really losing popularity? Are people leaving, like not using it?
I think they kind of have to because like virtually the 99% of men are not like Tinder is okay. Here's what Tinder does, at least for me. Tinder just kind of gives you the illusion that you're being active in the dating market because you're throwing your name in the hat, so to speak. But it's just an illusion. It's just basically an illusion because like bro, like there was a time, like, I mean, I'm not going to use just me, but like there was a time where you was able to go on Tinder and be able to get at least a semi decent number of matches. If you were a certain, like if you were like a 6 or a 7, or you would be able to get just a decent number if you had some solid pics of yourself. Now we're talking like damn near like 2 or 3 match. Like I would used to have get like maybe 15, like maybe back in 2015, maybe like 15, maybe 20 matches a week or so, like around there, maybe, kind of varies. Now it's like 2 or 3. And one of those would be like a woman in a fucking relationship and it's poly, and another one is like a single mother that I matched with on accident, or another one could probably be like a T person.
Yeah. Wow.
Matter of fact, you as a normie are more likely to accidentally match twice on a T person, on 2 T people in a row, than you would 2 regular women in a row. I'm dead serious.
Oh, no, I believe it. I freaking believe it.
Just on accident. Like if you're just not looking, you would match with. And I'm saying like you're honestly more likely to match with a T person I'm using T person for a reason. A T person than like a normal woman, but you will swipe right if you're gonna, let's say if you get 2 matches in a row, you're more likely to swipe right on 2 T women in a row than 2 regular women in a row.
It's funny. I didn't even know the T people had a flag, their own flag. I actually had to use dating apps to actually learn that they even had their own flag, and to know what it looked like, because I saw so many of them on dating apps. Like,
yeah, no, and somebody said in the chat that Chads get responses instantly. No, and Chads are on their mind. But what you guys can understand, I said this earlier, women who, let's say women who are like 7s and up, they have the tiers of Chads. You know what I mean? Because not all Chads are created equal. Not all Tyrones are created equal. You have some Tyrones who are good looking, but they don't have the thug or the nigga points, right? You have Chads who are good looking, but then you have Chads with tattoos. You have there's some different, different categories, if you will, for the Chads and the Tyrones. So the guys who the women, especially like the good looking or decent looking women, they're shuffling and trying to figure out and trying to, trying to get the best deal, and they're only kind of shopping in the Chad or the Tyrone section.
Yeah.
And maybe if you're lucky, maybe you might be that guy who she decides to go out with on a Thursday because she just doesn't have anything to do. Unless, of course, and Morpheus talked about this, unless, of course, she's tired and just doesn't want to see you that day. And in which case, more than likely, she's not like you understand when women flake nowadays, like there was a time, and I'm not to try to ramble y'all. There was a time where women would flake, but at least they would like try to come up with an excuse. Like they'll say some shit like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm studying," or "I'm sorry," like they'll say something, like they at least had the gumption to do that. Now the vast majority of the time when women flake, they don't even bother saying shit to you.
Oh my gosh, that is facts, man. They would at
Like,
least
they don't even have an inkling of respect or decency for you to even like let you know. Matter of fact, they'll not say shit to you, but post on their fucking IG, and they know that you're following them. They don't. That's how less of a fuck they give.
That's facts, man. At least back in the day, they would at least, try to lie, and make some shit up. But now it's just they'll ghost you and not even. And sometimes they might even hit you back up like nothing happened.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what they do. Yeah. And so they do that because again, they lack any sort of like respect or integrity in regards to these guys, right? And you even have instances where you as a man, so let's just say you try to talk to them, or even if you're rescheduling a date or trying to schedule a date with a woman, you have even instances where, and tell me if anybody has experienced this, you ask a woman a question like, "Hey, what time are you free?" Whatever, and then maybe you reply to something else, and then she replies to the other thing, but she doesn't reply to the other question that you asked, and it's like, wait a minute, you see my question.
That's facts.
So they'll just act like, so let's say if you texted her, "Hey, when are you free this week?" and then you reply to her like, "Oh yeah, no, I love that movie," and then she'll reply to the "I love you" movie text, but not the what day are you free text.
No, that's true. That's facts. I mean, they do that because they just want they want to keep the attention going, but they just don't want to take it anywhere.
Well, they don't even care about. They don't even. The thing about it is they don't even need your attention anymore. Because the attention like comes at them regardless of what it is that they do. The only thing they need to do to get an enormous amount of attention is just to post a picture ever so often. The attention is like nonstop. It's always flowing. It's never ending. It's infinite. They don't have to do anything. So matter of fact, you even have some women who have a lot of contempt for men because no matter what it is that they do, they're always going to get attention.
Oh man, that is so facts. I remember I even talked about how this one girl, she said that by default she's like extra mean to men because any little amount of niceness, a lot of guys see it as a green light to ask them out. So that's why a lot of girls kind of as like a default, they're always like combative and mean, like right off the bat.
Yeah, right. And we live in such a pacified society for women that women can actively be mean to men and not even have a single thought of any sort of even though women like to say that men are dangerous, women don't really truly believe that men are dangerous like that because, well, I guess they kind of sort of do, but they don't. It's kind of weird to say because you're right, because women can be particularly cold. Because that's the thing, man. It's not even really the meanness, it's the coldness.
Mm. Yeah, they definitely see men as less than. I've definitely noticed that.
But also too, I mean, like, so as a guy, like here's the thing too, and I think this is why they have such a contempt for men and maybe a lack of respect for men. And I think it's on us because as a man, we have to go into the dating market, especially if you're like a normie, with like surgical, because you know that if you put a wrong period or the wrong comma, or if you say zip instead of, if you zig and you should have fucking zagged, you know what I'm saying? If you set the wrong fucking movie, or and, you know, when you ask her about your favorite movie or some shit and she asks you, or if you know, just whatever, if you send her the wrong picture, whatever, you know, we know that we have a very, very small
Very small
margin of error. But women don't have a margin of error. Like that doesn't exist for them, because no matter what it is that they do, the male attention will still, unless she's dealing with the Chad, but even a Chad will still pipe.
No, that's definitely true.
The Chad was still and matter of fact, and it was a video. I didn't send it to Mystery, but there was a video on World Star where it was this guy talking. They were talking on a Zoom. There's two black dudes, and one of them, the black dudes, he kind of looked like a you know, an older Tyrone kind of type. He was talking about his wife and how his wife is going through cancer, but he still makes her have sex with him even though she doesn't enjoy it, because he quote unquote needs sex, like he needs it, right? And the thing about Chads and Tyrones is that these guys are the only guys who quote unquote need sex because they've always had access to it, so they need it.
And I've noticed that like guys that smash a lot have to smash a lot. They have to keep going with that. Like they can't really stop. The same thing with women too. They can't really go too long without, you know, having any. I've noticed that.
That's why when you talk to most of these, that's why Chads and normies can't necessarily get along. That's why Chads usually got to hang with Chads, because a Chad or a Tyrone can't relate to you not fucking in 6 months. Like that doesn't make it like he would think like, and then the fucked up thing about Chad is that the Chad or the Tyrone would think that there's something wrong with you and that you not fucking for 6 months isn't normal, but what he's doing isn't normal.
Exactly.
like he thinks that fucking a new girl every like few days, that's like normal. Like everybody he know like does that. But you not having sex in like the past 6 months or so, you know, constantly getting flaked on, you know, constantly, you know, maybe, you know, getting a few matches here or there. Like he thinks that you need help, when in actuality there's only like maybe about 5 or 10% of guys doing it the way that he's doing it, and you're more normal than he is.
That's facts.
All right, buddy boys, I gotta get the fuck out of here. I'm tired.
Sorry, guys.
Oh yeah, man. I didn't even know you guys were still streaming. I looked back on my YouTube. I'm like, oh shit, Mystery still on. Let me.
I'm still alive. Yeah, I was like, fuck. Either way, let's do some fucking last words. Get the fuck out of here. Right, I'm gonna do the last words.
I just want to apologize. My computer was freezing a few minutes ago, but great stream. We went long tonight, but enjoy your evening. Bye.
All right, man. See you. BPJ, you have any last words?
No, man. Yeah. This hang in there, you guys. Hang in there. Get your copes in, and yeah. I don't know.
All right, dude. Yeah. Larry Cuckman, my dude. Last words.
All I gotta say is cope or rope, buddy boyos. But see you later.
See you later, buddy. Chip Skylark, my dude. Last words. Oops. Shit. Chip. Still there?
Yeah. All I'm gonna say is, everybody hang in there. Don't worry too much about the dating shit. I know it's an issue, but at this point, life should be about setting goals. Just set some goals, try to pursue them, and just keep coping.
All right, buddy. Thanks for coming on, my dude. All right, my dude. Well, we're done. I went about a half hour over, but it is what it is. We went along. All right, buddy, Bo. This has been SNC Sunday Night Co Weekend Chat Random Discussion Episode 34 of Season 2. Please like, share, and subscribe. Leave a comment if you liked the video. Maybe you hated the video anyway. Leave a comment if you anyway, right? And never forget, buddy boys, that wisdom is fucking gold. Happy 4th of July, my dudes. We're all gonna make it, my dudes. We're all gonna make it. And yeah, dudes. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. And cheers.